All right, good morning, everybody. It looks like everybody who's tried to log on has logged on. And again, I apologize for the delay. I was trying to print the summary table of the Excel spreadsheet from Dr. Kincaid, and my home printer, I'll just say, doesn't go very fast when it has complex data, so I got bogged down a little bit, so I apologize. So good morning. Today is December 9, 2022. It is just after 9 a.m. My name is Alan Lilly. I'm the presiding hearing officer of the State Water Resources Control Board's Administrative Hearings Office. And this is my office's hearing in the court's reference to the State Water Resources Control Board in City of Marina versus RMC Lonestar. It looks like the appearances are all the same as they were yesterday and Wednesday, so I'm not going to ask for a repeat of appearances. Just by way of I'll say housekeeping, I did receive new versions of exhibits CalAm 121 and 122, which are the excerpts from the deposition transcripts for Vera Nelson and Todd Kincaid's depositions, and we can address those when we get to the point of talking about admission of exhibits into evidence. I also received a one-page document called Exhibit MCWD 118, slide 20 corrected, a one-page document called Exhibit MCWD 118, slide 20 supplemental, and then a three-page memorandum labeled as Exhibit MCWD 119. And then, as I just mentioned, an Excel spreadsheet, which has three different tabs labeled Exhibit MCWD 120. Just to start with, Mr. Brochard, how would you like to handle these exhibits at this point?
I would like to just bring them up and have Dr. Kincaid just authenticate them. And I think he can walk us through them pretty quickly and explain what they are.
Okay, let's go ahead and do that. Hopefully this will go fairly quickly. So I'll ask my staff, please, if you can first display Exhibit MCWD 118, slide 20 corrected. And while they're doing that, just a reminder, Dr. Kincaid, you're still under the oath you took on Wednesday.
Yes, sir.
It's going to take a little bit more time than usual because they're probably still in the email folder. I don't know if they've had a chance to move them over to the exhibit folder yet, although we certainly will. Okay, so we now have on the screen Exhibit MCWD 118, slide 20 corrected. So, Mr. Brochard, maybe you should, why don't you just ask Dr. Kincaid the appropriate questions to authenticate this new exhibit?
Dr. Kincaid, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Did you prepare this slide?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and this is a corrected version of slide 20 that we looked at yesterday from Exhibit 118.
Yes, it is.
What did you change on this slide?
I changed the label that's listed at the top of the map that's depicted on the left side of the slide, because I realized that the numbers that are described in bullet points 3 and 5 on the slide pertained not just to layer 5, but to layers, the combination of layers 2 and 5. And the label has been changed to reflect that.
Okay, thank you. Can we look at Exhibit Marina 118 supplemental slide 20?
Okay, well, just a moment. We'll take this slide down and then put that slide up. Okay, we now have Exhibit MCWD 118, slide 20 supplemental. Go ahead, Mr. Brochard.
Dr. Kincaid, do you recognize this slide?
Yes,
And what is this slide?
this slide, in this slide, since the purpose was to talk about, of the slide was to talk about the 180-foot aquifer, here I changed the numbers in bullets 3 and 5 to reflect what the model says will happen only in layer 5. So the percent values and the AFY or acre foot per year values have been changed on this slide.
Okay. So where it says scenario 3, 2.2% to area south of capture zone, 378 acre feet per year, what does that represent?
It means that by comparison to the 15.5 million gallons per day of proposed pumping, again, just as by comparison, 2.2% of that magnitude will also occur as inflow from the ocean into the aquifers in south of the capture zone in layer 5.
So those are inflows that will not be captured by the capture zone.
That's correct.
Okay. We look at exhibit Marina Coast 119.
Okay, let's go ahead and post exhibit MCWD 119. Go ahead, Mr. Burchard.
Dr. Kincaid, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And what is this?
This is a document I prepared last night to explain how the zone budgets were calculated.
And can you briefly explain to us how the zone budgets were calculated?
Yes. So the first step, we queried from the model a line of model cells that go from effectively the northern boundary to the southern boundary following the coastline, essentially the beach. And then we tagged those cells by their position relative to the capture zone as depicted by particle tracks that were extracted from the specific layer and the specific scenario that we were evaluating. And then once the cells were tagged, we tagged those such that they represented zone 3 represents the capture zone itself. Zones 2 and 4 represent the first 1 mile of distance or approximate 1 mile of distance beyond the capture zone to the north and south. And then zones 1 and 5 represent the remainder of the model domain along that boundary to the north and south. We then executed the ModFlow zone budget analysis tool for each of those zones that produces a report that documents how much water is flowing across the cells and in what directions the water is flowing. From that, we queried the amount that those reports documented on the eastern side of the cell, which would be the landward side of the cell, each of the cells that are within the zones. And then we compared the water budget results that were obtained from the no pumping and pumping scenarios, versions of the model that are paired to represent the respective scenarios, in this case 3 and 6. We subtracted one from the other to identify the change, and then reported those, tallied those changes and reported them on the slide.
So, and excuse me, Mr. Burchard, but Dr. Kincaid, I'm still at a basic level here. Please tell me, when you refer to the model in this memorandum, are you referring to the 2022 North Marina groundwater model? Are you referring to the transient version you received from CalAm, or are you referring to the steady state version you prepared from that transient model?
I'm referring to the steady state version that we prepared from the the 2022 transient model.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Brochard, any other questions on this exhibit?
No.
Okay, let's just go forward. We'll post exhibit MCWD 120 then. Just give us a moment. It may take a moment to load because it has more megabytes. Okay, so we have exhibit MCWD 120 posted. It has 3 tabs listed at the bottom, and we're displaying the summary tab. So I don't, Mr. Brochard, why don't you, if I know there's a lot of data here, but hopefully you can just ask a couple of questions so Dr. Kincaid can just briefly summarize this.
Dr. Kincaid, do you recognize this Excel spreadsheet?
Yes.
What is it?
This is an Excel spreadsheet that I used to compile the results extracted from the zone budget analyses into to compile those into the summary values that are presented on the chart, on the maps.
Okay. Now at the bottom of the spreadsheet, there's 3 tabs. One says ZB polygons, one says zone budget analysis, and one says summary. Can you tell me what those are?
Yes, the zone budget, the ZB polygons tab depicts the cells that were identified to create the zone budget analysis, and then shows the groupings of those cells that reflect each of the 5 zones for the respective layers and scenarios that were evaluated. The zone budget analysis tab contains a cut and pasted version of the actual reports that are generated from the ModFlow zone budget analysis tool, along with a calculation of difference between the values. And then this tab summary summarizes the results of the zone budget for the what the zone budget tool identifies as Xmax East, which is the eastern face of the cells comprising the 5 zones, and then it summarizes the what's happening in those zones. So in the blue column, you can see the flow that is documented by the model occurring prior without pumping assigned. In the orange set of columns, you can see what the model says happens when pumping is assigned. And then in the green set of columns, you can see the computation that shows the difference between the 2.
You did this analysis for layers 2 and layer 5 of the model. Is that right?
That's correct.
Why didn't you do layer 4?
It was simply time. So quite honestly, it was just we were working very quickly, and at the time, we were talking most about the Upper Dune Sand Aquifer and the 180 Aquifer. So I instructed my colleague Brian Peck to focus first on layers 2 and 5 for this water budget analysis, and that if we had time, we would come back and do layer 4 afterwards. And the same holds for scenarios 8 and 9. I instructed him to focus and to do the analyses for scenarios 1 and 3, 5 and 6 first, and then we would come back to do 8 and 9 afterward if we had time. And as it turns out, we did not have time.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions on these slides, Mr. Lilley.
All right, thank you, Mr. Brochard. So, Mr. Osias, let me change my view here so I can find you.
Sorry, I was on mute. I'm here.
Yes, good morning. I know you just got these. The slides are fairly straightforward because they're basically just minor revisions from slide 20 we saw yesterday. The memo and the Excel spreadsheet obviously have some additional details. So I'm going to give you an option here. First of all, do you have any cross-examination questions that you want to ask Dr. Kincaid about these 4 new files?
So as I sat listening, I thought of 3 questions only that aren't content rich. They're just what it is sort of questions. You asked one of them. And so I now have down to 2.
Well, we're all looking at the same issues here.
Right.
Why don't you go ahead and ask those two issues? You know, as I've said before, I suspect a lot of the substantive material, if necessary, you can probably handle better through your own experts with rebutting this. But ask those questions. I am sensitive to the fact that you just got these files a few minutes ago. So potentially, if additional cross-ex is necessary, or if you think it's necessary, I'll allow you to do that later. But go ahead and ask your clarification questions now, and let's get those out of the way.
So I don't know if we need the document or not. Let's start with the letter, which sort of summarized the thing. It concluded with information that Mr. Brochard asked you, which is about, I think it was layer 4, and you said you didn't have time. My question is, how much time would it take you to finish and include layer 4?
Well, it took a fair bit of time to construct the cell assignments for the zones. The water budget analyses themselves would probably take another half a day to put those. So let's say 4 hours to put that together.
Okay. And then my second question had to do with the Excel spreadsheet, and the middle tab had some number at the bottom that looked like 11/29/2022.
Let's go ahead and put the spreadsheet
Okay.
up there. If we can put up
Yes,
NCW 120.
Not on on the tab, zone tab. Yes.
Yes, the zone tab. I'm just wondering if that's the date this was done.
I do believe that is the date that this was done.
Okay. Those are my questions, Mr. Lee, just to gain a little more understanding. And so you are absolutely correct that for me to have anything intelligent to ask, I will need to confer. I'm also wondering whether it makes sense for efficiency's sake to go ahead and allow Dr. Kincaid to do layer 4, add it to the spreadsheet, and we'll take it up, you know, in a more complete form.
Okay. First of all, Dr. Kincaid, just remind me, what does layer 4 of the model depict?
Layer 4 depicts the articulation of what is described as the lower dune sand aquifer.
So this is part of the DSA below the Fort Ord Salinas Valley Aquitard?
Yes. So in the way it's articulated in the model, when you're below the Salinas Valley Aquitard, the parameterization or the hydraulic conductivities more closely reflect the aquitard itself. So in the way it behaves in the model is a layer that is hydraulically connected to. The way I guess a way to think of it is provides the hydraulic connection between the upper perch mounded aquifer or the upper dune sand aquifer, layer 2 in the model, and the 180-foot aquifer, layer 5 in the model. So as flow comes off of the dune sand, off of the aquitard, it goes through 2 layers, layers 4 and 5. And layer 4 is most important, I think, because the most significant thing about it is that it is where the pumping is assigned in the proposed slant well. So the pumping is assigned in layers 4 and 5.
Okay. Well, it does seem to me that Mr. Osias Smith, I mean, and I understand that this stuff takes time, and I know full well from little computer work I've done, you don't want to rush, because when you rush, you start making mistakes, and we don't want that. So I fully understand why you haven't had time to do it yet. But it does seem to me that to get the complete picture here of what you're showing, it would be relevant to add layer 4. Do you agree or disagree with that?
I agree with that. It would be more complete to do it in all layers, actually, but certainly in layer 4.
Okay. Well, oh boy, you may have opened up a can of worms there when you just said all layers.
Well,
I don't know. Do you think it's, I mean, layer 3 presumably is the aquitard, so I'm not seeing as much well, who knows?
Actually, absolutely. The relevance diminishes greatly as you go down, but there, as you'd see in the full, if you look on the full budget analysis, you do see vertical flow components in the zone budget. So the only reason I bring that up is there will be a discrepancy between, I'm guessing right now, but I'm guessing there will be a discrepancy between what the zone budgets say and the actual pumping rates, and that will be reflected in exchanges across vertical exchanges across the layers. So if you want to complete the mass balance so that everything adds out to zero, you would need to be able to run the budget in all of the layers. So I bring that up because you brought up previously mass balance, and that, as
Yeah.
you are correct, everything should come up to zero.
Yeah. I don't know. I'll ask for input. First, Mr. Osias, we have opened up a can of worms. I opened it. You asked position as to whether or not you, and I'll ask Mr. Brochard then to respond, but do you have a position regarding whether you think it would be appropriate for us to ask Dr. Kincaid to do the similar analysis that he's done for layers 2 and 5 for all of the other model layers?
Well, obviously I don't know what the outcome's going to be, but I do think it will be better. Yeah, it'll be better if when I consult with our technical people and they raise problems and the response is that that's addressed in, or could be addressed in layer 4, then we're back to, okay, so I'd rather, get this sort of done once, let us review it, and your staff too. And so certainly layer 4 sounds critically central, given the description that Dr. Kincaid just made. So I support my earlier suggestion. The mass balance is also relevant. I didn't ask him how long it would take to finish all layers, but we could ask him right now if it's okay.
Yeah, I'll ask him. How long would it take to do this analysis for all layers, Dr. Kincaid?
I assume that it's pretty linear, so it's the same estimate on the for layer 4, would probably extend to the other layers as well.
So this ends up,
I'm sure there's an economy of scale there somewhere. But,
hopefully, but
yeah.
this ends up being several days worth of work then to do it for all 9 layers.
It's probably, that's probably fair. Like I said, it's maybe 2 days.
Yeah. Okay, well, certainly layer 4 makes sense. The other layers would be nice to know. Mr. Brochard, do you have a response to this? I'm just sort of pondering what to do here. I want to be reasonably efficient. I know this is expensive and time consuming, but on the other hand, it sounds like, these mass balance questions are pretty important and pretty central here. So do you have a position regarding this additional work that we're discussing?
I'm never against more information.
Oh, okay. Well, so let's go ahead and do that. We have some hearing days set for next week. And if necessary, we can come back to this. And I'm hoping we can finish this morning so that at least, for working days, Dr. Kincaid and his staff would have time to work on this afternoon. And then we'll see where we are going into next week. So let's at least have that open. Let's at least plan, Dr. Kincaid. Our plan is to ask you to do the similar spreadsheet analyses for all of the layers, and then to prepare the same summary for all the layers. I will say, and you or any of the attorneys may have a different view. I think the scenario 3 versus scenario 1 comparison is the most important. Although I guess once you're doing that, the scenario 6 versus scenario 5 comparison may provide some additional information, but certainly the scenario 3 versus 1 seems like the most important one to me. Do you have an opinion about that?
I agree with that. And I think that there's sufficient information now for the other ones to be able to just make the comparison. In other words, the relative comparison is likely to be the same or very similar. in all layers. And so we now have 2 layers where we can see how it changes from one scenario to another. The same magnitude of change would be expected, I think, for the other layers, or at least similar enough to make the information not critical.
Okay, well, my request then is your priority is to do the scenario 3 versus 1 comparison for the other 7 layers. And then if you have time, do the 5 versus 6 scenario 6 versus 5 comparison for those layers as well.
Yes, sir. I will do that.
Thank you. All right, with that, and
And then, Mr. Lilly, I just want to circle back to your questions to me. I would therefore accept your offer to defer cross-examination until we have further time to review not only what we received today, but what we will receive.
right, okay, for that limited purpose. we
Yes.
will do that. Okay, so let's go ahead. Unless I'm missing anything, I think where we are now is for me, it's my turn to ask these 2 witnesses questions. Is there anything that anybody thinks we need to cover before I get to that? All right, hearing none, I will proceed. I don't know how long this will take. I think it'll be less than an hour. So I'll ask my staff, please post exhibit MCWD 2, which is the written proposed direct testimony for Vera Nelson. And Ms. Nelson, I'll start with you with these questions. And as I just reminded Dr. Kincaid, you still are under the oath you took on Wednesday.
Yes.
Okay, so please scroll to page 16 of this exhibit and down to the middle of the page at line 13. This, oh, I'm sorry. I played page 36. I'm going to start disclosing the limitations on my short range vision here. Okay, thank you. So, Ms. Nelson, there's a sentence that begins in the middle of line 13 on this page 36, which states, in order to avoid undesirable results related to seawater intrusion within the 180, 400-foot aquifer subbasin, existing landward groundwater gradients in the 180-foot aquifer will need to be reversed, parentheses, or at the very least flattened to essentially 0, close parentheses. And then the next sentence reads, therefore, as projects and management actions are implemented pursuant to Sigma, the magnitude of landward gradients within the 180-foot aquifer will decrease and capture zones will expand further inland as gradients become flatter. Do you see that testimony?
I do.
Okay, so what I would like you to explain to me is what projects and management actions implemented pursuant to Sigma would be necessary to reverse or at least flatten the landward groundwater gradients in the 180-foot aquifer?
I'd be happy to actually discuss this through the GSP itself.
Okay.
I mean, that might be the easiest. I believe that is MCWD. I have to pull up the number.
It's MCWD 64.
Yes, thank you, Chip.
Okay, so let's post exhibit, and that's fine. Let's go ahead and post exhibit MCWD 64.
And if you were to go to page 346,
Okay.
and that's PDF.
Okay, I think we're there, and we'll
Correct.
make it bigger.
That would be great if you can look at that.
Okay.
And I believe that Mr. Osiris actually brought this up earlier when he was talking to Dr. Todd Kincaid. And these are the priority projects that were identified in the 180, 400-foot aquifer groundwater subbasin groundwater sustainability plan. And all with the exception of the seawater intrusion pumping barrier, there are 8 other projects that all talk about either in lieu recharge or direct recharge. In other words, taking water off the river. And these are methods to increase the recharge and or provide alternative water supplies to the people in the basin that would raise groundwater levels within the basin. In
Okay,
addition,
go ahead.
and I can walk through them, but there's currently about 280,000 acre feet per year on average that comes out of the Salinas River. And there's big flood flows. It's not wrong. I mean, it's very variable. But one of the main options that has been identified within the document is the use of river water, basically diversions off the river. There's existing permits that exist. And that's one of the key aspects that has been discussed in the GSP as a possibility for significantly increasing, water resources for agriculture. However, I do not believe, to be quite honest, that there is enough money in the basin to actually do this all with projects. And if you go to page 321.
Okay, we'll scroll over to 321.
I think Mr. Osiris may not be, when he talked about the
And
fact that
just so we're clear, his name is Mr. Osiris. There's no R.
Osiris, I'm sorry, I apologize.
Okay, go ahead.
I think the way that the GSP is identified, it looks at 2 different things. And the first thing is actually management actions. So on line 1, 2, 3, 4, you can see it states in this GSP, the term groundwater management actions generally refers to activities that support groundwater sustainability without infrastructure. Projects and activities supporting groundwater sustainability that require infrastructure. So basically the document is split into 2 different pieces. And the table that I just identified are the projects. But there is an entire chapter in this document that talks about management actions. And that terminology may not be, people may not realize what that terminology means, but basically those are methods generally to reduce groundwater extraction. And one of the main topics in this document is something called the Water Charges Framework, which is a method under which agriculture is taken out of production and or charges for use of water are increased to reduce demand. And we could go through, there's an entire chapter that's not only that talks about the management actions that would be used to reduce groundwater extraction, in addition to the projects which really are adding water to the basin.
Okay, well, that is helpful. So what I'm trying to get a handle on, we haven't really seen, we have this GSP, I don't know, it's been offered or will be offered into evidence, but we haven't really had much testimony about it except for what you're giving right now and what you gave yesterday in response to Mr. Osiris's questions. But I'm just trying to get a handle, and this is probably impossible for you or anyone else to predict super accurately, but I just want to try to get a handle on how likely it is that various management actions and projects will be implemented over what time frame. And then, of course, what I really care about is what's an estimate for over time, how the gradients, particularly in the 180-foot aquifer, will change as a result of these actions and projects. So can you shed any light on that?
I can. So under Sigma, the agencies have 20 years to reach sustainability and to meet minimum thresholds and try and achieve measurable objectives. The minimum thresholds that are identified for seawater intrusion within the 180-foot aquifer, 400-foot aquifer subbasin GSP is to stop further advancement of seawater intrusion. And that is a requirement that the GSP meet that. And if it doesn't, basically what DWR has stated is that the basin will go into probation and it'll be taken over by the State Water Resources Control Board. And the State Water Resources Control Board will utilize management actions to achieve sustainability. They'll basically cut people off.
Okay, so, and I am familiar with that process. I don't think I'm going to be working for the State Water Board in 2040, but some of you in this group may be. But my question is for you is, assuming hypothetically that sustainability goal is achieved, which I wrote down, that is to stop advancement of seawater intrusion. It wouldn't eliminate the seawater intrusion that's already occurred, as I understand it. But can you translate that? If that goal were reached, what would the gradient, we've heard a lot of talk about gradients, but what would the gradient in the 180-foot aquifer be that, I'll say, in conjunction with achieving that goal?
Well, it will be dependent on location. So the key is going to be that near the coast, you are going to have to increase water levels and create at least a flat gradient. Now, you may not need to do that inland. I mean, what different basins have done and what was actually initiated in this basin many years ago was CSIP, which is basically the farmers that are closest to the ocean were asked to go off of groundwater and they were provided alternative water supplies. And so basically stopping people near the coast from pumping can be the most effective. That's why the scenarios really that Mr. Dermott provided are not probably realistic, although maybe legally they are. I mean, I can't speak to that, but from a technical standpoint, that isn't how you would reach sustainability in this area. You would want to raise water levels near the coast and make groundwater gradients flat. Ideally, you would actually make them seaward. And in order to reach the measurable objectives, which are identified in the groundwater sustainability plan, which is to bring seawater intrusion back to Highway 1, you would actually have to reverse the gradients. And Geoscience in 2013 actually did an analysis of exactly that. And if that's something the court is interested in, I'd be happy to share that reference. But they are, as you know, are technical experts in this proceeding, and they very much identified what it would take to create protective heads and decrease seawater intrusion. And the reason they did it was because they did it as an analysis of how much water would have to be taken off the river in order to get to sustainability.
Okay, well, I don't know that I need to see that or that would exactly answer my question. And I'm asking you, but certainly the attorneys can take note that this is something that attorneys may want other witnesses to talk about on rebuttal as well, but I mean, what really matters to me is how likely is it that this is going to happen? I mean, I certainly understand the legal framework of Sigma and the State Water Board taking over control if basically if DWR is not approved an adequate GSP, and starting to take management actions. But I'll just ask if you can say anything more about how likely is it that, I mean, because these are, I'll say, draconian management actions and very expensive projects. And we all know how slowly water changes in California water proceeds. So do you have an opinion or any comments you'd like to make on how likely it is that we're actually going to get to this goal in this subbasin by 2040?
I think it's very likely, because I think that to the extent that the regulatory agencies don't get there, the courts will. I'm involved in numerous adjudications that have already been triggered by Sigma.
Okay, well, I'm certainly familiar with the Sigma framework. So that is helpful. I mean, it's helpful to understand, to hear your opinion on this. Okay, so thank you. So let's go back to exhibit MCWD2. One other question about that, I think. Thank you, and please scroll to page 48. So Ms. Nelson, there was testimony, you had direct testimony and then some testimony in response to cross-ex questions about this figure yesterday. I'm still just not completely clear. The purple pink arrow, the lines with arrows, which I think Mr. Osias referred to as fuchsia colored, are those the changes in flows that would result from the CalAm pumping of the slant wells?
So these are, if you go down to the legend for this figure.
Okay, we'll scroll down. Thank you.
You can see that these are identified as groundwater flow directions.
Okay. But what I don't know, what I can't tell from looking at this, I mean, I understand, if you can just scroll up a little bit, please, Ms. Mullen. I understand within the capture zone and the groundwater flows that go from the ocean and then curl around back to the wells. I mean, those pretty clearly are not there under current conditions and would only be there if the slant wells were operating, I'm pretty sure. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So, but my question is the fuchsia lines above and below the capture zone, are those representing existing conditions or with project conditions?
So the best way that I can explain this is that, as we've discussed, the drawdown along the coastline, there'll be induced drawdown along the coastline. Okay?
Yes.
And so to the extent that there is already migration of seawater into the aquifer, that will be increased along that drawdown contour. To the extent that I have protective heads in some aquifers, like the upper 180-foot aquifer, if those protective heads are breached because of the drawdown, then it will induce seawater intrusion in areas that currently do not have it.
Okay, that makes sense. And my question is there any figure in any of your documents, or frankly, anyone else's documents, that shows where there are areas of current seawater intrusion and where there are areas of protective heads in the 180-foot aquifer?
Yes, I think that this provides you a very good picture of, this is the upper 180-foot aquifer. And in the Fort Ord area, we see actually that the 180-foot aquifer is subdivided into an upper and a lower area version. In other words, there's aquatards between the two. And so the upper 180-foot aquifer, if you look at the area that is identified in blue here, that area indicates that in the upper 180-foot aquifer, that groundwater is meets a standard of 3,000 TDS. And in some areas, it's less than 1,000 TDS. And I can show you which is which. But everything in blue that you can see that's not dashed is actually coming from either AEM or actual well data. The areas that are, what's the best way, striped, that is inferred. And that's because the AEM data couldn't get there. But what our opinion is, or my opinion, as well as what's included in the groundwater sustainability plan, is that the water from the dune sand aquifer migrates towards the ocean and creates protective heads throughout the upper 180-foot aquifer, which is why this water is so fresh. There is no other way for this water to be so fresh. And therefore, it is my opinion that there are protective heads pretty much throughout this region in the upper 180-foot aquifer. If you go to the next figure.
Okay, let's go ahead and scroll to the next page. This is page 49 of Exhibit MCWD2, and this is a figure showing the lower 180-foot aquifer. Go ahead.
Correct. The areas that are in white are seawater intruded. So there is no protective head in that location along the beach. There is seawater that is migrating all the way along the coastline in the lower 180-foot aquifer. And what you're seeing in white is seawater intruded at concentrations greater than 3,000 milligrams per liter of TDS.
Okay.
But as you can see to the south, in the southern portion of the Monterey subbasin, there are protective heads.
Okay, well, at least that's what's inferred. Maybe that's obvious, but there's what you call fresh groundwater, which is, you're basically saying, so from that you can infer their protective heads.
Yeah, and we've actually looked at one of my figures, I think, showed the levels that we are aware of there, and it's consistent with that information. And we've looked at why that is, and it's because the base of the aquifer, the base of the aquitard comes up. And as a result, you don't need quite as much freshwater head there to basically keep the seawater out. So that's why, and the gradients are actually towards the wells, but we continue to see fresh water. And the extent of seawater intrusion within the Monterey, where it is right now, it's been stable for the last 15 years. So unlike the 180-foot aquifer subbasin, the GSP goes through all of the data that shows that the extent of seawater intrusion in this basin has been generally stable.
Okay, thank you. Let me move on to Exhibit MCWD 92. This is your rebuttal testimony. And we'll go to page 11. And if you could scroll down, please, to line 21, or there, that's good. Okay, so Ms. Nelson here, I just wanted to ask you to clarify something that didn't quite follow. At line 21, this text states, these requirements and sustainability criteria dictate that further expansion of the seawater intrusion, this again is referring to the GSPs. So let me try again. These requirements and sustainability criteria dictate that further expansion of the seawater intrusion front within these subbasins must be stopped to avoid undesirable results. Therefore, as projects and management actions are implemented pursuant to Sigma, the magnitude of landward gradients within the 180-foot aquifer will decrease over time. So do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and I guess that I just was, it seemed to me that you were saying two different things in these sentences. One is that further expansion must be stopped. And then the other is that the gradients will become flatter. Which I guess if you can explain, are those two consistent? I just might not be fully understanding this. Are those two consistent, that further expansion, stopping further expansion of the seawater intrusion front will cause the gradients to become flatter? Because I guess I would think stopping further expansion would just cause the gradients not to become steeper, but would not necessarily make them become flatter. So could you explain that to me?
Yeah, I mean, so if you think about the water surface, if this is the ocean, right, and the groundwater is flowing inland, so as long as the gradient is inland, the ocean water will continue to flow in.
Right.
In order for that, and it'll keep going. It'll keep on going until you flatten the gradient or create a mound here so it doesn't. It'll continue to flow as long as basically the ocean water will continue to flow downhill. And so you have to either create a mound, you could do it with an injection barrier or some other mechanism, and exactly how that, the gradients and how they will be stabilized will be dependent upon the management actions that will be implemented. And there are more, efficient ways of doing it, where if you raise the water levels, I said, near the coast, you can flatten it and stop it from migrating. But basically, if this is the edge of the seawater intrusion front, it will keep going.
That's what I was understanding as well. So you have to do something to actually change the gradients. You can't just.
You have to change them. And, the one exception to this statement is if you installed a pumping barrier or an injection barrier, now all of a sudden you have created a project which would change that dynamic, and this would not be the case. You would not have to flatten the gradients because you would be trying to stop the seawater intrusion at the ocean. And that's been done with an injection barrier in Southern California.
Yes. Okay, thank you. I do understand that distinction. All right, let's go ahead and move to page 30 of the same exhibit, MCWD 92. And if you can scroll down to the figure, please. There are quite a few, or there are at least three different curves here on this figure. And if you could just help me explain what going from top to bottom, what do these three different curves on this figure show?
This is from a geosciences report. And what it is these are the results of transducer measurements of specific conductivity. So it is a, measure basically of salinity. And the bottom layer is the basically these specific conductivity measured in MW4S, which is one of the wells that is located inland of the CMEX property. And if you need to, I can show you where it is. We actually did go to it on that day of the tour. I believe it's right at the edge of the CMEX property.
Yeah, I know. I remember that. That's fine.
Yep.
But so that's, so
And,
my question, I was just gonna,
okay.
my question just is, why are there are these big spikes in that lower curve?
It's because every time they sample the well, there is basically they mix the zone. So what this is telling you is that the water is stratified in the well. In other words, that the screen actually extends, it has fresh water, and beneath it is more saline water, exactly as you would expect. So because fresh water is a lot less dense than seawater, the transducer is placed in the middle of the well screen. And so what it's showing you is that bottom line if in MW4S. And that's showing you what the transducer is saying the specific conductivity is at that location,
Okay,
at that depth. Now, when they take a groundwater sample, they pump the well. And so what they do is they mix the seawater and the fresh water on top. And that creates the spike. Because they're basically bringing the deeper, the saline water up towards the surface. So there's saline water sitting at the bottom of that well, and that's what's happening.
okay, thank you. That certainly makes sense. So let's go forward to page 36 here. And if you can scroll down to the bottom of the page. Now, and this is referring to the Weiss modified MMGWM 2016. So the bullet point at the very bottom of the page says that based on that modeling and for the projected slant well extraction rate of 15.5 MGD, the model predicts. And the second bullet point there says groundwater levels in the 180-foot aquifer will decline by up to 20.6 feet near the project slant wells and by 0.5 feet over 30 square mile area, including an approximate 3.5 mile stretch of coastline that's cited to another exhibit. And then it says these groundwater level declines, and if you can please scroll to the next page, will result in the removal of approximately 2,000 total AF of groundwater from storage in the Monterey subbasin and 180, 400-foot aquifer subbasin over the slant well operation period. Do you see that?
I do.
So what is the slant well operation period here? Do you know how many years that is being assumed here?
I think this is actually based on the steady state modeling. So I guess I have assumed that the drawdowns that are being created here will happen within the time period of the slant well operation.
And my question is, do you know what that time period is?
I guess what I should have been more accurate, and that's based on steady state. So I shouldn't say it is possible that those drawdowns would not occur. I don't know how quickly those drawdowns will propagate through the system.
Okay.
That's something that would have to be modeled with a transient model.
Okay. So it's 2,000 acre feet basically from pre-project to steady state. It's not
Correct.
2,000 acre feet per year. It's just 2,000.
Oh, absolutely not. No.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So then let's see here. Just check my notes here just a minute. If we can please scroll to the bottom of page 38 of this same exhibit, MCWD 92. again, this is discussing as I understand it, this is discussing the projected effects of the project. And the very last sentence here says, as such, although it might be argued that the volume of brackish water that enters these subbasins may not change significantly, the location where it enters the basin will change and expand the width of the and if we can go to the next page, the seawater intrusion front. Do you see that testimony?
Yes.
It's on 2 pages, a little tricky. And again, if you can just help me out here, is there some figure that shows this, the location where the brackish water will enter the subbasin and how the width of the seawater intrusion front will expand?
Well, I think, what the best way of talking about it maybe would be the figure that you had up previously.
Okay, I think that was, had a couple of figures up previously, but we'll see if we can get.
The one that had the pink arrows.
Yeah, it's in Exhibit MCWD 2. Whoops. How about there? I think I can get it. Okay, yeah, let's go to MCW2 page 48. Maybe that'll help you. Or help.
So, and I think this is one of the things that has been, a significant argument, between the two parties. And it's one of the things that Todd Kincaid's most recent work addresses. But I can talk about it conceptually, and then if you want to talk numbers, I think we can talk about some of his modeling results. But conceptually, let's just assume there's a inland gradient of 0.0004 feet per foot. And clearly, as I've said, if it's shallower than that, this is a representation of what Weiss estimated at the 0.0004. And I'm not saying this is 100% correct, but conceptually, this is what the model would suggest. So within the capture zone, okay, there is absolutely going to be more seawater intrusion that occurs. So that's one of the things I want to be 100% clear on. That right. There will be much more seawater. I mean, the water levels will drop 20 feet. There's going to be a lot of seawater that enters. And some of that will migrate, into the basin but come back to the slant well. But I just want to make it 100% clear that will induce seawater intrusion in the basin. And if for some reason the wells were turned off in the future, that's groundwater, that's heavily seawater intruded that would migrate into the basin in the future.
Okay, so that's what you're referring to when you say expand the width of the seawater intrusion front?
No, that's the first piece. Now, what will happen is, as we discussed, so when I say enter the basin, I'm saying that even if the slant wells continued operating forever, what will happen is that the water that's within the area that's being captured, that will go to the slant wells. But now you're going to drop the water levels along the coast, both north and south of the capture zone. And in the past, the area of the CMEX site, there was seawater intrusion. So the area of the capture zone, historically, there would have been natural seawater intrusion that was occurring there, particularly in the lower 180-foot aquifer. That will no longer go into the basin, which is what Cal-Am has been saying, because they're going to capture that. So everywhere that is inside the capture zone area, any water that would have historically, with no project, gone into the basin, well, now, of course, the slant wells will capture it. The problem is that will happen at the expense of creating drawdown south and north of the existing capture zones. So areas that historically may have had protective heads won't. And so the total mass that actually enters the basin, beyond the capture zone, the volume of seawater may not be very different, but it'll enter to the south and the north. And we're particularly interested in the area to the south because that's the Monterey subbasin, that's the source of MCWD's water. And so to the extent that they increase the inflows along that coastline outside of the capture zone, that is of concern. And
Okay.
Dr. Kincaid has made estimates, as I said, of some of those values and what the increase will be outside of the capture zone.
Yes, and we saw those slides this morning. So, all right, well, thank you. That is helpful. So let me just move on here to your exhibit MCWD 113, which was your sure rebuttal testimony. And if we can go to page 19. And scroll down just a little bit. So I'm sure you remember, Ms. Nelson, this is your figure showing observed versus simulated groundwater levels in one of the monitoring wells during the slant well pilot test. Are you familiar with this figure?
Yes.
Okay. So one of the questions we had is we hone in on the period. It looks like there's a data point on the fairly near the left side at August 31, 2015. There's a blue data point up around 3. It looks like groundwater elevation of 3, and then a model data point at 1.5. And then the actual data point drops between then and the next data point, which is on October 31, 2015, where the blue data point is just a little bit above 0. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And we were wondering what caused that drop, because the bar graph shows almost no pumping during that period. So do you have an explanation for why there would be such a drop in the head or the observed groundwater elevation before there was any significant pumping?
So one of the things that you're seeing here is averaging of the pumping. This is monthly pumping rates. And you would have to actually go back and all of the data for the observed, there were actually more observation points than are shown here. There was a lot of data that was actually collected during the pumping test, which are, I think, almost daily. I believe that Mr. Todd Kincaid, Brian Peck, who actually extracted this, he extracted it out of the HOB files from the CalAMS model, and they did not include the daily groundwater levels that were collected during the pumping test. So these are just the observation points that they put into the model calibration information that they provided. You would have to go to the actual everyday water levels and pumping rates to answer that question.
Okay, well, I have a related question. I don't know if you have the data files, but we also were wondering why the graph didn't go farther to the left to show the pre-pumping conditions. I'll just ask, why didn't you have the curves start earlier, like at the point here on the far left, which is August 31st of 2014?
So we did this to represent the period during the monthly slant well pilot test. And so this is the only data that we have for that. And we basically just carved out this piece from the data sets that were provided in the modeling. But there is much more data that is available in the technical memorandum with regard to the actual pumping test that we don't have access to electronically, basically.
Okay, which technical memorandum is that?
It's the pilot test memorandum by CalAm. They're probably much more capable of telling you which it is.
No, that's that's an adequate description. Thank you.
And they could provide you, I'm sure, with the electronic data for all of the slant well during the monitoring data during the pilot tests.
Okay.
But
So
we
one other
did-
question about this. If we go over to, let's see if you can see around the middle of the figure, there's a big jump in the blue line for the observed groundwater elevation, goes almost up to 6 feet on what looks like about December 31st of 2016. Do you see that? There's just one peak there right in the middle.
Yes,
December
I
31st.
see that.
And we were wondering, do you have any explanation for why the observed groundwater elevation level would rise so much? This is, 5 or 6 feet while the pumping was still going on.
Again, I think this may be the result of an incomplete data set. In other words, that if you looked and you looked at the not averaged values, that it would, in other words, if you looked at the daily rates of extraction relative to the daily water levels, that it would provide an answer to that.
Okay. So these are these bi-monthly averages that then?
Their monthly slant well pumping is on the bottom there.
Right. And
then
the data points, it looks like they're every 2 months, is that right?
yes, and it's what was reported by CalAm in their modeling calibration. So it was what was easy to extract. But as I said, there is additional data that could absolutely be used to compare.
Okay, thank you. And then regarding the orange curve, which is labeled NMGWM 2022 simulated groundwater elevation, are these data points from the CalAm output, which was the transient model, or are they from the after Dr. Kincaid had done the conversion to a steady state model?
No, these are exactly out of the North Marina groundwater model 2022.
So these are out of the CalAm model runs.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if we can go to page 25 of the same exhibit, MCWD 113, and scroll down to the bottom.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lilly, I just didn't hear the page number.
It's page 25 of exhibit MCWD 113.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem at all. So, Ms. Nelson, I'm going to read I'll start at line 19, and you talked about the freshwater equivalent heads yesterday, but I'll just read it sort of to get us. Actually, I'll start at line 17. That way we'll sort of all be in context here. Your testimony reads, this basic principle of fluid dynamics is easily understood by calculating the equivalent freshwater head of groundwater within the 180-foot aquifer with a measured elevation of 1 foot NAVD 88. The freshwater equivalent head would be 1.3 feet NAVD 88 if the TDS concentration is 3,000 mg/liter and would be 3.15 feet if the TDS concentration is 20,000 mg/L. Therefore, an increase in TDS concentrations will drive the seawater intrusion front further inland. neither the NMGWM 2022 nor any of the other models used to estimate the effects of the slant wells are capable of incorporating these density effects. Do you see that?
Yes.
So have you done any quantitative analysis? And again, I'm not talking modeling here, but you have some different numbers here for equivalent heads, equivalent hydraulic heads. And of course, we have some distances between, between at least the ocean and the MCWD wells, I guess particularly here, the ones that are completed in the 180-foot aquifer. And I'm just wondering if it's possible to do calculations to determine how changes in TDS concentration would change the seawater migration rate, the inland seawater migration rate.
Yes, it could be done, but it all depends also on the hydraulic conductivities. So it would ideally be done with a model, of course, because I think it's hard to do with just some sort of generic analytical model. You could see, I think what I'm trying to show here is that you can have an increase in head of at least a couple feet as a result of, an increase in TDS. So what you could say is that, well, you would increase heads by as much as 2 feet and increase the gradient in a location where your concentration of TDS went from 3,000 to 20,000. And so as a result, then depending on what your hydraulic conductivity is, and it would increase the gradient. And you could do some form of a flow equation, but again, it's going to be dependent upon the gradient as to how much flow that actually creates. But you can say that the most it would increase the head at any location is the difference between the freshwater head and the total saline head.
Okay, I understand. And I understand that the CalAm modeling, at least my understanding is the CalAm modeling does not address this point. But I guess I'll just be candid for you and everyone else in this hearing. I'd like to get some handle, some kind of a quantitative estimate of what we're talking about here, and maybe that's really hard to do without having a complete modeling work. But I understand the concept here that you're describing here. You're quite clear about that, but I don't have any handle on how significant this potential impact would be. So I'll just state that as a concern. You've said what would be necessary to do it and the limitations of doing some kind of analytic calculation short of a model. But I don't know, do you have any other comment on this issue or my question or concern here?
I guess you could try and do some form, like I said, if you look at my appendix, you could, which looks at sort of the gradients that exist currently and what would possibly happen if you increased, it depends though where and how. I hate to do this sort of thing analytically because I think you end up with the wrong answer.
Okay, well, I understand your concerns, and certainly nobody wants to do something and get the wrong answer. So, but anyway, thank you for that clarification. That is helpful. So let's see here, just a couple more questions on 113 here. Covered that. If we can go to the same exhibit 113, go back to page 22. And that's good, right there at lines, I'm going to read at line 6. which states, okay, starting at line 6, the solute transport model then estimates the OWP of groundwater that is extracted from the slant wells. However, no calibration of the solute transport model has been conducted. For example, no attempt was made to evaluate if the model would simulate the current distribution of TDS concentrations in groundwater over the historical period. In addition, no attempt was made to calibrate the solute transport model to the OWP that was actually observed during the slant well pilot test. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So my question is, separate from calibration, and if this is a Cal-Am question, just let me know. But did anybody use the solute transport model to simulate what was happening during the slant well pump test?
No, at least Cal-Am did not report it. And what we did, EKI used the MT3D model that was included in the information that was provided to us. We ran it for the slant well pilot test. EKI did. We utilized their model and ran it during, in other words, they said, here's the way that they did the MT3D, and maybe this is where I need to step back, is they said, here's the current distribution of TDS concentrations in the aquifer. Then they translated those to OWP. So in other words, if you had 100% salinity in an area, they gave it 100% OWP. So they basically created contours of TDS as OWP as a proxy. And they presented those in their documentation. And they gave us that information at our request, for us to review. And they presented their OWP estimates. And so what we did is first we reran their model that they had run for the future scenarios where they were predicting OWP. And we matched what they got. And then we took that and said, okay, you're saying this is what the current concentrations of TDS are. And we said, we're assuming that they were similar in 2015. To my knowledge, there's not enough data to say they were any different in 2015 than what they are today in the vicinity of the slant wells when the pilot test was run. So we started with those initial concentrations, just as they did. And we said, well, what would the OWP have been during the slant well pilot test based on this solute transport model that they included to estimate the future OWP? And what we found is that the model predicted that the test slant well OWP during the pilot test would be over 99, I think over 98%. I can't remember the exact average, but I have a figure that shows that.
Okay, and just to clarify on that, so at line 11, when you say when this solute transport model was incorporated into the NMGWM 2022 modeling or simulation of the slant well pilot test, blah, blah, blah. Again, this incorporation was done by your team, by you and Dr. Nelson. If it says when it was incorporated, I just couldn't tell who did that incorporation.
So EKI did that incorporation. So what we did was we took the model that was provided to us by Cal-Am at our request, the 2022 model, and we did the simulation. The historical model that's included, the 2022 model, actually includes the slant well pilot test. It includes, that's how that data is provided on the drawdown. They actually estimate the rate of groundwater extraction from the pilot test. And so what we did was we said, okay, here's where they're drawing water out from the pilot test. Just like they do for the future, here's the slant wells, here's the cells that are associated with the withdrawal of water, which the model simulates. And then we applied in the same way that they had done for the future slant wells, that OWP solute transport. And this is the result that we got.
Yeah, okay, that I appreciate that clarification. Thank you. So if we can just go back to page 19 of this same exhibit. And you've talked about this before, the observed groundwater elevations versus the simulated groundwater elevations. And I'll say the discrepancies or the differences. In your professional opinion, what is a reasonable range, I'll say, of variation between simulated and actual data for something like this? I mean, I understand they're never going to be perfect. So can you give any comment on what you think is a reasonable range of variation?
So because this is drawdown, and this is one of the absolute critical things that this model is supposed to estimate. In other words, this is what they're projecting, and this is what we're so concerned about along the coastline. I would think that there should be a very good match to the drawdown. And maybe your heads might be a little high or a little low. But if the total drawdown at the well is 20 feet and you estimate 10, then you could be 50% off in your drawdown estimate across the entire site.
So what can you quantify at all what a very good match means?
I would think you would want to be at least within 80 to 90% of the drawdown.
Okay.
And Dr. Todd Kincaid, I'm sure, can speak more, but to me, this is it's not about whether or not you matched specifically the head. It's did you match how much the water went down as a specific result of your extraction.
Okay. Thank you. That is useful. While we're on that, Dr. Kincaid, do you have any further comments on this specific question while we're here?
Only in that my primary concern is the degree to which certainty is conveyed. So my biggest concern with Cal-Am's position is that they have in multiple ways expressed very high certainty in their predictions of drawdown and other forms of impact. And I don't believe the calibration warrants that level of certainty. So whether or not you can directly equate a roughly 50% match to observed drawdown to a error bar of plus or minus 50% extended all the way across the domain, I'm not going to go there, but I do concur very strongly with Ms. Nelson that the inability to match observed definitely equates to uncertainty. And given that the primary concern here is a deviation of the protective head, then you have to start by asking what's the harm that could happen if you lose a foot of protective head. If that's the critical harm, then the measure of reliability needs to be judged by that. So if this was a kind of a classic water rights case where or a water case where you're worried about drying somebody's well out, that might be another level of scrutiny altogether. But
Okay.
here, I think it's the tighter. It has to be judged by that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, let's move over to the slides, exhibit MCWD 117. Just about done, Ms. Nelson. Thank you for your patience.
No problem.
And we'll go to slide 2. Okay, so I'm sure you remember this slide, Ms. Nelson. This is a depiction of the interface zone.
Yes,
And I believe you testified yesterday that the importance or the reason that the interface zone was created was to have a zone that included both the proposed slant well site and the MCWD production wells, even though they are in different subbasins. Is that correct?
that is correct.
So and I understand that, and you have testified about the fact that there's significant hydraulic, I'll say, communication or continuity between the two subbasins at this boundary location. But my question is for you is, how did you decide, or you and your colleagues decide what outer boundaries to use? I see here the northern boundary tracks the Salinas River, and the southern boundary, I can't tell exactly what it tracks, but how did you decide on the northern and southern boundaries of this interface zone?
So actually there's what we basically did is it's the area where the dune sand aquifer exists. And so one of the things that we were trying to show is this is an area where you have all the same aquifers. So you have the dune sand, you have the Salinas Valley aquitard, you have the 180-foot aquifer, the 400-foot aquifer. So in this entire area, all of those aquifers exist. As you move beyond to the south, the dune sand aquifer, basically the valley fill deposits and the dune sand aquifer and aquitard pinch out. So it was meant to identify where we see all the same aquifers.
Okay, does the dune sand aquifer go all the way north to the Salinas River?
Yes, it does.
Okay, all right.
And it does, I should say, it actually extends into the Seaside Basin, but the Fort Ord aquitard, the Fort Ord Salinas Valley aquitard does not. And so the conditions get quite different as you move further south into the Seaside Basin, even though the dune sands which make up the dune sand aquifer also exist to the south.
Okay, does the Fort Ord Salinas Valley aquitard extend north all the way to the Salinas River?
To our knowledge, yes. The AEM data would suggest that. However, it's not been mapped. There's insufficient data to make that conclusion without the AEM data.
Okay. All right, well, thank you. That clarification is helpful. If we can go to slide 4, please. And this was something I was just wondering about. I don't see any aquitard here separating the lower 180-foot aquifer from the 400-foot aquifer. And I wonder if you could explain why this figure doesn't have any aquitard there.
It's because in much of the Fort Ord area, the lower 180 and the 400 don't have an aquitard below them, between them.
Okay.
And it's there are areas to the northern portion of the subbasin where they do, but in many portions of Fort Ord, the lower 180 and the 400 are essentially act as one aquifer.
Okay. All right, thank you. So if we can go to slide 39 in the same exhibit, MCWD 117. Ms. Nelson, I think it was at this slide that you were talking about. There are 3 different ways to do basically field data collection to determine estimates of hydraulic conductivity. And if I'm stating this wrong, please correct me. But you mentioned you could do a sample in a lab test, you can do a slug test, or you could do an aquifer test, is what I wrote down. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And my question is, do you and your colleagues have any data? I'll just say, do you have any data regarding any of these 3 methods for estimating hydraulic conductivity in this area? Are there any actual particularly regarding the aquifer tests, are there any pump tests and related reports that discuss hydraulic conductivity?
Yeah, I think that the best is from the report from which I cited the wave cut terrace.
It's MCWD 59.
I'm sorry. So what is, Mr. Wilkins, we'll let you testify briefly. Just what is the title of exhibit MCWD 59?
I would let
It's called the
Title, nothing else. Or
Mac
ahead,
Tech
Ms. Nelson.
report, I believe, is what I call it, but Ms. Nelson can give a better description of it.
Go ahead, Ms. Nelson. You're the person under oath. We'd better have you testify. What is exhibit MCWD 59? If you have it there handy.
I do. The name of it is called Final Operable Unit Carbon tetrachloride plume groundwater remedial investigation feasibility study, former Fort Ord, California. Volume 1 remedial investigation.
Okay, so is that the primary data source that you've relied on for your testimony regarding hydraulic conductivities in this area?
There are many aquifer tests, but in this area in particular, near the this area where the effective dam has been placed, this is one of the locations where there's quite a bit of specific information that has been actually obtained very close to this location.
Okay, well, I won't put you on the spot to identify all of the reports right now, but for you and frankly, all the other witnesses, we are going to be getting back to this, particularly in our next round of hearings. So I'm trying to decide, we'll decide what the best way to do this is, but we definitely want to be able to look at the reports of actual tests. And, and I think, Ms. Nelson, you were pretty clear that you think aquifer tests are the best way to determine hydraulic conductivity, and that certainly made sense. So we're going to want to look at those reports to see what they actually show for calculated hydraulic conductivity. So we'll start with MCWD 59. I'll try to figure out how. I may just ask for the attorneys for both parties to provide sites if there are any others that they think show these aquifer tests and the calculated hydraulic conductivities. So thank you.
Well, I think that actually what would be helpful prior to my bringing that up is if you can go to the next figure, the next set of figures, one more figure down from where you're at in my presentation.
Okay, well, we can go to the next one is slide 40. We can go to slide 40. We have slide 40 on the slide now. Oh, do you want to go to the next one?
I would like to go to the next one, yes.
Yeah, all right, so let's go to slide 41. Thank you.
Okay, so this actually shows some of those hydraulic conductivity estimates, but go to the next one. Sorry.
Okay.
This is this cross-section that you're seeing here comes from the Mac Tech report is what I'm going to call it. And so this A prime, and you can see this location of the wave cut terrace, which is exactly.
Wait, you're not looking at the same thing we're looking at. We don't have a cross section here.
You see the red line, which is called A prime.
Oh, okay. The red kind of curvy line. Got it. Yes.
So that actually identifies the location of a cross section that Mac Tech created. So it goes, and I'm going to show you the cross section next. But I just want you to be clear that you can see how it runs right through and is perpendicular to this location of the low permeability sediments, this 2 feet per day, that what I've called this dam.
Right.
And I testified earlier that in fact, the data that we are aware of shows that this is not a dam, but the location of a wave cut terrace, as has been identified by Fort Ord. Right at that location where the 2 feet per day value is identified. And if you go to the next cross section, that
Yeah,
next
I
slide.
do remember this. The next one is slide 43.
Right. And so the reason I'm bringing this up is because the text that I'm going to show you specifically relates to this location. You can see where they've identified this as the wave cut terrace, and they have provided information regarding hydraulic conductivities immediately up gradient and down gradient of this wave cut terrace.
Okay, so, and we can look at that. So is the Mac Tech report, the exhibit MCWD 59?
Correct. And if you pull up page 131.
Okay, I don't need to get to that. Well, we'll go ahead and do it since you have it there. I want to try to wrap this up here, but
It's
We'll-
super
we'll
easy. It's one page.
okay, let's go. Just we have to get a new exhibit that we haven't uploaded before today. But let's get exhibit MCWD 159.
It's just 59.
Excuse me. Exhibit MCWD 59, page 113.
131.
Boy, I'm not doing very well today. Exhibit MCWD 59, page 131. Thank you.
And if you go down a little bit for me, please, in
All
the
right, let's-
page. Okay, stop. I'm going to start reading from the beginning of that second paragraph on the page. It says aquifer testing.
Yeah, we see it. You don't need to read that. I
I
guess.
just want to say that it basically says that the aquifer testing up gradient of the wave cut terrace base indicates hydraulic conductivity of 20 to 90 feet per day. And then down gradient of the wave cut terrace, it was 560 feet per day.
Okay. And I guess my question is, are there appendices in this report that have the actual data, reports of the actual data collection and calculations of these conductivities?
I would assume so. However, I do not know that they were all uploaded.
Okay, well, we'll
So that
have to
is-
look at that, and if we think that there's follow-up we need, we'll certainly follow up.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm going to shift over to Dr. Kincaid.
Mr. Lilly, I apologize. This is David Osias.
Yes, Mr. Osias.
The good news is my coffee did not go on my desk today. It went into my body. And the bad news is we're now at 10:45. Would it be okay to take a 10-minute break?
Yeah, let's go ahead and we'll take a 10-minute break. I certainly want to wrap this up as soon as I can, but it's 10:45. Let's come back at 10:55. And it's just as a reminder, you can turn your cameras off and go on mute, but don't log off at this point. But 10:55, we will resume with Dr. Kincaid, my questions of Dr. Kincaid.
Thank you.
Okay, we're back. Let's go ahead and keep going here. Just a moment here. I'm going to move to my next page in my notes. So, Dr. Kincaid, I think Ms. Nelson's covered a lot of the points I had, so probably fewer questions for you now than I had before. But I'll ask my staff, please display exhibit MCWD 90, which was Dr. Kincaid, this is your rebuttal testimony. We'll go to page 6. And please scroll down to line, looks like line 12, yeah. So Dr. Kincaid, at line 12 of your testimony, you talk about, this is now referring to NMGWM 16, and at line 12, you say, 2 of the assumptions that have been identified as problematic or wrong and potentially impactful to the predicted results of the slant water pumping on groundwater resources. And I won't go through all this citations. These assumptions are, and if we can just scroll down a couple of lines. Limited recharge to the DSA, which I think I understand, that we've discussed. But then the second one is the one I'd like you to explain to me. The impossibility of groundwater flow through the DSA from the southern part of the aquifer not represented in the NMGWM into the northern part of the aquifer where it could be captured by the proposed slant wells. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And I'm just having a little trouble getting located here. Is there any figure that shows this place where
Sure.
basically the modeling does not allow groundwater flow?
Any figure that shows the model domain will suffice. But let me see if I can suggest one.
If you can find one, that would be, you might get it faster than I can.
If we go to my testimony from the hearing, I'm sure I can point you to one from there.
Okay, so do we want your direct testimony?
Yeah, the MCWD 18118.
Oh, okay. Yeah, all right, well, let's go ahead. We're going to want to get to that anyway. So we'll put up, that's your slides. So let's go ahead and put that up. Thank you. And then just tell us, oh, okay, maybe here, I'm not sure what the best one is that shows the model domain. Maybe
Getting there, if we go to scroll down.
We want slide 6.
Let's look at it's easiest if we go to slide 18.
Okay.
And then I can kind of describe how it was addressed, how Mr. Weiss addressed it.
Okay, yeah, okay, go ahead, please. So please explain what's going on here with this, your critique here of the model.
All right, and this speaks, directly to the question you just raised, but in the 2016 version of the model, the southern boundary of the model, so here I'm talking about, the model is rotated, downward clockwise, right? So, but it's near where the word Monterey can be seen, that's the southern boundary of the rectangle.
Okay.
It was defined as a no flow boundary, which basically means that as the name implies, there can be no flow across the boundary. And so the question, and that was actually something that I had cited back in my 2017 report, but then Mr. Weiss came on afterwards and talked about it as well. Said that the establishment of the no flow boundary precludes any amount of flow in the dune sand aquifer from flowing northward from that area and potentially contributing to the project area. So
okay.
in his one of his models, I believe maybe a couple of those model versions now, he made an adaptation to the boundary condition so that it was no longer a no flow boundary and therefore became permissive of flow across that boundary.
So does the NMGWM have a flow boundary for all aquifers at the southern boundary of the model domain?
Yes, in the 2016 model, the southern boundary is defined as a no flow boundary.
And what about the 2022 model? Does it have that same no flow boundary?
No, in the 2022 model, the model uses the general head boundary package for all for the sides. But the way in which the general head boundary was implemented essentially established what's called a constant head boundary along the south. And that's why you can see in the drawdown figure on the right, it differs from the other depictions by closing the contours along the south, because the way the model is designed, head cannot change or cannot go down along that southern boundary, and therefore you don't see any drawdown. So here you can have flow, but you can't have drawdown the way in which the model is depicted. And to a very significant extent, our model predictions are always limited by the boundaries and the assignments we have to make to the boundaries in order to make the numerical model work, which is why I continue to believe that this model is too small to render reliable predictive impacts in the vicinity of MCWD wells, because it's so close to that boundary, and therefore the predicted impacts are affected by well, you can see right here, different ways of assigning the boundary condition affect the the things you're trying to simulate.
Okay, thank you. If we can go back, please make sure to keep exhibit MCWD 115 handy. I will be coming back to it, but I do want to go for a minute back to exhibit MCWD 90. And we'll go to page 7. Thank you. That just right there is good. So Dr. Kincaid, at lines 3 to 4, it says this is referring to the Weiss model versions and the shallower hydraulic gradient is referred to in the previous sentence. But then at line 3, it says this gradient is more consistent with groundwater levels that will be required to be met under sigma. Do you see that sentence?
Yes, I do.
Okay, now Ms. Nelson testified at some length earlier this morning about potential future management actions and projects under sigma. Do you have anything to add to elaborate about what groundwater levels you believe will be required to be met under sigma?
I don't have anything to add other than what has been said. My intent here is to reflect the general objective of raising groundwater elevations, therefore decreasing the landward hydraulic gradient. And I believe the relationship, I believe we can have confidence in the relationship between the size of the capture zone and the magnitude of the gradient that is reflected in the modeling that was first done by Mr. Weiss, and then we did some more on top of that.
Okay, but you can't do any quantification of groundwater levels that would be required to be met under sigma?
No, sir.
Okay. And as far as the actual gradient, I understand Weiss has provided a range. Can you do any more quantification of what you predict the gradient in the 180-foot aquifer is likely to be with sigma implementation?
No, sir, not at this time, no.
All right, if we could just scroll down here while we're on the same page, just to the figures a little bit farther. You testify on the figure on the right, which I think shows particle flow tracking with the southern boundary, and this is the Weiss model southern boundary adjustment. You explained this to me yesterday, but I didn't follow it all. Why? I understand why if you change the southern boundary to allow flow, you can get particle tracking from there down to the slant wells. That makes sense. But why is it all concentrated at that one point on the southern boundary?
I can't answer your question, unfortunately, because I didn't investigate that specifically. Given what I know about the way that the boundary conditions behave, my assumption would be that the variation in head was largest there, and so the gradient favored that location. I don't have any faith in that particular location, as I've said before, but I do have faith that under these, I think it's likely that the capture zone is able to reach out to that further to the south if you set, given that there is no real impediment to flow located at the place that is depicted by the line.
Yeah, okay,
Or
well, I
by the model
understand
boundary.
that. I just was wondering why it just seemed strange it was so concentrated. But if you don't know, I understand this is not your modeling, so that's fine. So let's go ahead to page 26 of this exhibit, MCWD 90.
The other thing I can say, and on that same topic really quickly, is that I believe that's pretty close to the center of the mound on top of the dune sand aquifer, which that would also make sense to me that as to why it's pointing to that direction. So when Mr. Weiss set up that scenario, it was intended to represent the mound and groundwater elevations that is observed in the heads. And so that particular focus of location is the top of the mound. It looks to me to be that.
Okay, well, that's certainly possible, I guess. We'll leave it at that. You don't need to speculate beyond that, but thank you. Okay, so we're on page 26 and we'll go at line 9. Your text reads, drawdown of between 0.5 and 1 foot is predicted to occur within some of the problematic areas. And within those areas, the areal extent of seawater intrusion within the 180-foot aquifer can be expected to expand due to the proposed slant well pumping. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And my question, first of all, I assume a drawdown of 1/2 to 1 foot is not significant as far as the impacts on a well's pumping lift. I mean, that's a fairly small range as far as the additional electricity that would be required to operate the pump. Is that true?
I agree with that, yes.
Okay. So of course, the big concern here is, will this drawdown in this range, in this what you call problematic area, affect water quality? And I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Ms. Nelson, is can you give any quantification? I mean, I understand qualitatively what you're describing here, but can you give any quantification of how these drawdowns in this range, 1/2 to 1 foot, would affect the water quality in the specific problematic areas of the MCWD production wells 29, 30, and 31?
I don't believe that I believe an analysis like that is possible, but I don't believe one has been done to date.
Okay, and would that analysis be a modeling analysis, or could you do it with an analytic calculation?
I think you could probably devise either one to evaluate how those. I think the critical thing to evaluate would be what is the to use the data we have available to us to predict salinities, which I think would be the most aerially robust of those data sets would be the AEM data. And then to devise a strategy which would probably involve wells to calculate or to measure the heads across that area. And from that, at least we could infer what the protective head is and how much of a drop would result in immediate harm to MCWD. So I think that it's possible to do it either way, but it's also possible to do it with numerical modeling. And that's something that we had recommended and has been recommended by others for quite some time now, which is to devise a variable density model here so we can make predictions about where what happens to the position of the saltwater freshwater interface under different conditions, under different pumping conditions.
Okay, but as far as you know, nobody has done that analysis, either analytically or through modeling.
No, I do not believe so.
I certainly don't think I've seen it, so that's why I was wondering. Okay, so let's go on to your survey battle testimony, exhibit MCWD 114. And we'll go to page 4. And scroll down to line 20. So Dr. Kincaid, in your testimony here states current model predicted boundaries defining the spatial extent of drawdown and capture zones, rather than those that, though it says those come from the 2022 or the 2016 version of NMGWM or their associated variants, are unreliable because of the considerable uncertainty in the simulation of heads by those models. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And I just couldn't figure out what models, when you say those models, what models are you talking about here?
Oh, I'm using rather to say whether or not they come from the 2022 model or the 2016 model or from their derivatives. I don't believe that the actual spatial position of the predicted lines is very reliable.
Okay, well, what I was confused about is when you talk about current model predicted boundaries, what models are you referring to there for the model predicted boundaries?
I'm referring to essentially any of the boundaries being, let's say, the 1 foot drawdown line as an example. And you would depict that, and that has been depicted on maps as a line that for which presumably you could go out and say, at this point there will be 1 foot of drawdown. And what I'm saying is I don't believe that to be very reliable, and that there should be an error bar placed on top of on that number.
Okay.
So the boundary could be bigger, it could be smaller, and I think that's reflected in the different models that have been constructed, different ways they could get constructed, different settings, different parameter values result in variation in those boundaries.
Okay, all right. So it's basically the horizontal positioning of the boundaries you're saying there's some uncertainty in.
Yes. So whether that would be the drawdown or the capture zone, or any of the spatial boundaries that are depicted from or predicted from the models.
Okay. All right. Let's go on to the next page. Page 5 of exhibit MCWD 114, and we'll go to line 8. This is another paragraph in your conclusions. At line 10, it states, given the proximity of the MCWD wells to the boundary between the freshwater and saline water within the 180-foot aquifer, drawdown will reduce the protective head that prevents the MCWD wells from drawing saline water. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And again, by drawdown, are you referring to the modeled drawdown due to the slant well pumping?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So, okay, and I think I understand. So those then are the drawdowns in the vicinity of the MCWD wells that the models predict would occur from the slant well pumping. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry if I'm a little slow here. I don't have your technical expertise, so it takes me a minute to follow all this.
Every question will help me write better in the future.
Well, we all have that goal. If we can shift over to your technical report, exhibit MCWD 115. So the first page, just scroll down a little bit, please. One a little bit more to the paragraph. Okay, there we go. So your third paragraph here, this second paragraph under the section evaluation approach says, due to the lack of time, we converted certain areas 3, 6, and 9 from the 100-year transient configuration to a steady state configuration in which we arranged the boundary condition and source sink values from the 120 stress period spanning water years 2004 to 2013 to establish the boundary condition and source sink values for the steady state versions. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so my questions are, let me just check here. The first question is, by making this conversion, could this change the outputs of the calibration analysis that has been discussed?
No,
And-
because we're not changing any of the parameters to the model. It becomes essentially a version of a scenario analysis.
Okay, so then when you make that conversion, what modeling parameters are not carried forward from the transient configuration to the steady state configuration?
Well, all of the parameters are carried forward. It's just that instead of like, for instance, you just have one. I guess the best way to describe it would be that and I think you've already had some questioning about this, would be the question how long something takes, right? So if the question is how long does it take for the drawdown to reach the spatial platform that is depicted, like how long until 1 foot of drawdown reaches a certain place or distance away, then that would be why you would want to use the transient model, and you would run perhaps monthly time steps or daily time steps, and you would have the model run every day, and you could watch that 1 foot drawdown evolve over time. So in the steady state model, then it's just flattening that whole thing to an average condition and then running that same model, but now instead of rendering a prediction that says here's what the drawdown is going to look like at a particular time past the start date, you're saying this is what the drawdown condition is expected to look like after the system reaches equilibrates to the boundary conditions and the source sink terms that were defined. So effectively, it then now becomes a similar to the 2016 predictions and to the Weiss predictions, in that we're not saying that this is going to be what it looks like 30 days after the pump start, or 10 days, or 100 days, or 5 years. We're saying that when the system equilibrates, it will look like, this is what it will look like. And then as an aside to that, I believe it has already been offered into testimony, my report from the 2017, my 2017 report, in which we looked at the transient version of the 2016 North Marina groundwater model. And we actually then we didn't convert it to steady state. We did every time step. And then we exported drawdown maps, head maps and drawdown maps from every time step. And so, and in that report, you can actually see how that model, the 2016 model, how that model predicts the drawdown will evolve over time. So steady state and transient have the same parameters, the same settings. It's just one is simulating the conditions after a specified period of time, and the other is simulating conditions after the groundwater system that is incorporated into the model has been allowed to equilibrate.
Okay, so I understand that, but so in the steady state model, do you just assume some monthly average for precipitation rather than having the differences in precipitation month to month that would be in the transient model?
That's correct. So what we did is the source sink term there is describing all of the conditions that were incorporated or assigned into the model and taken from Mr. Durbin's model of the Salinas Valley integrated model. And those, so as an example, at any given time step, there were hundreds of, let's say a couple hundred of wells used to establish, to define recharge. And they did that by using the wells to inject water into the system. And so in order to get an equivalent recharge for the steady state period, we took all of those values at all of those nodes and then computed the average at every node. And then the steady state model had the same well assignments, but in this case, the assigned inputs were equal to the average of the values taken from the time steps, the 120 time steps that constitute this simulation period.
Okay, so I think I understand that. My technical experts asked me to ask you about specific yield. Their understanding, at least, is that specific yield is used as a parameter for calibration in a transient model, but not in a steady state model. Is that in fact correct?
It can be, yes. It's up to the modeler to determine how they are going to vary different parameters for calibration. But
Okay.
that would be a term that describes the capacity or the rate at which water can drain from storage. So that then does become important when you're trying to simulate the simulate the drawdown, for instance, that you were just talking about with Ms. Nelson.
Okay, so it's important, particularly when you're in transient mode, because
Yes.
there's going to be month-to-month variations. Okay, so let me go forward to the next page, or ask my staff to scroll to the next page of Exhibit MCWD 115. And this is where you talk about reviewing the calibration residuals. And again, I'm probably not understanding this very well, but are the model results that you discuss here from the transient modeling that was conducted by Geoscience, or your steady state modeling?
These are from the transient model. So to be clear here, what we did, or what I did, we were provided with a spreadsheet that was presumably used by the modeler, by the Geoscience modeling team, to evaluate the calibration of the model. And the spreadsheet contained a listing of all of the time steps. And for every time step, it contained a computed value, a simulated head, and an observed head at that specific point in time. And it did that for all the wells, and each well obviously had a different time period for which data was available. So what I have done here, like for instance, where it's depicting layer 4, in that data set, 4 of the wells were identified as being completed in or representative of layer 4 for the model. And so I only used to compute the values that are depicted. I only used the computed and observed values that were included in that spreadsheet and tagged as being representing the 4 wells in layer 4.
So then did you take the modeled and observed values for all months in the monthly time step for which the field data was available?
Yes. Yeah. So on a different one of my exhibits here, I have provided, and I think maybe in this report there might be a provision later that shows the number of values that were included in that data set for every well, and therefore for every layer. So the observed range was computed for just for the wells in layer 4 as well. So the values here are representative of the heads, the calibration status for layer 4.
Okay, and why did you do this RMS calculation separate, RMSE, I should say, calculation separately for each layer of the model?
Because I believe that to be standard practice. The idea here is to simulate flow through specific aquifers, and some aquifers are more critical to the questions at hand than others. So when evaluating the calibration status, I want to pull everything out and look at them by the aquifers that the model is intended to represent.
Okay. So let's go forward now to page 7 of this exhibit MCWD 115 and scroll down to the 3rd paragraph. You briefly mentioned this yesterday, but I did have a few follow-up questions. This paragraph states, we compiled and evaluated. Let me try again. We compiled, evaluated, and compiled statistics for the assigned recharge during 3 different periods: water year 2005, water years 2004 to 2013, which constitutes our steady state model period, and water year 2019, which is the most recent year. So my first question is, why did you do this for 2005 and 2020? Try again, 2005 and 2019.
Those were different. So overall, well, the first thing I did was to look at we had to do it anyway in order to render the steady state model. So we looked at the years 2004 to 2013. And I observed that's the recharge, that's the values that are presented in on my slide from the hearing testimony. And I saw that the values were really low. They were like 1.1 inches per year, I believe, of recharge over the main body of the dune sand aquifer. So then I in discussions with Ms. Nelson, I believe we decided that water year 2005 might be a higher water year, so let's look at that. So I compiled the statistics to look and see, well, maybe it's just that I got unlucky with my steady state period. And so I looked at 2005, and then I just looked at 2019 because it was the most recent in the most recent of the water years in the model.
Okay, so those, well, 2005 at least you selected because it was a wet year.
I couldn't verify that, but that was, in other words, I didn't look at data and verify myself that it was a wet year, but that was the intent.
Yeah, well, of course, your next paragraph says that the total recharge was 3.7 during the steady state period and was 5.5 and 5.7 for those other 2 years. So they did in
Presumably.
fact turn out to be wetter.
Yeah.
So did you use the data for 2005 and 2019 for any purpose other than this analysis of the model's recharge calculations?
No, we did not.
Okay, that's what I thought. I wanted to make sure. Okay, let me just check here for the figures. We've covered that. Okay, let's go forward to your slides. This is exhibit MCWD 118. And we'll go to slide 14. Okay. So, my first question regarding these are the hydraulic conductivities in the 2022 North Marina groundwater model. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And I think we asked Dr. Ye about this, but there's a band, what I'm going to call a light blue band, that sort of runs from the upper, just left of center, kind of meanders down to the center with a 0.03 hydraulic conductivity value. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And that, I'll just say, do you have any opinion about whether it was appropriate for Dr. Ye to include that very low hydraulic conductivity in this little band?
I believe what is happening here is that the model is simulating. What is happening is there's a transition in layer 2 from material that is intended to represent, or material that represents the dune sand aquifer, and then where the dune sand aquifer stops or pinches out and doesn't exist any longer, layer 2 then becomes representative of the next lower layer, the next lower hydrostratigraphic unit in the model stack, which would be presumably the Salinas Valley aquitard. And so I believe the 0.03 is intended to represent the Salinas Valley aquitard, and presumably indicates that there's a little bit of aquitard exposed or present as you transition from where the dune sand aquifer is present into where it is not present. So it is not uncommon to see that kind of distribution, and it's reflective of the fact that the model has layers that extend across the whole domain, even though the hydrostratigraphic unit you're trying to simulate may not.
Okay, well, that certainly makes sense. So separate question, but on the same slide, you and Ms. Nelson both have critiqued, or criticized, I should say, the 2022 model for having these different, I'll say significantly different hydraulic conductivities, particularly in areas where, as I understand it, your argument is that there are not significant changes in the geology that would justify that. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
At least, I know it's more complicated, but at least generally. And your first bullet point here on the right says hydraulic conductivities were assigned to facilitate calibration to heads. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And then your next two primary bullet points critiqued that. And then the last bullet point says could have used recharge and or layer thickness to achieve calibration, but chose not to. Do you see that bullet point?
Yes, I do.
And so I was going to, even without that bullet point, I was going to ask you, but I think this bullet point may start to answer my question. Basically is, what do you think the CalAM modelers should have done instead of assigning these different hydraulic conductivity values to achieve calibration? So if you can just answer that question in general, and as necessary, refer to that fourth bullet point, I would appreciate it.
Yes, I believe I answered this question in our 2017 report as well, and I still believe that. I believe fundamentally the model is unnecessarily cumbersome because of the fact that it's pulling source sink terms from the the Salinas Valley integrated model. And because of that relationship, because of that reliance, it's understandably difficult or impossible for them to vary the types of properties that they're bringing in from the model. So I think they should have established independently established an articulation of recharge, much the same way that I depicted on the recharge map by zones. And then they could have used recharge in addition to hydraulic conductivity as calibration parameters to try to meet the heads. And then there are also geometries. The geometry of the layer itself can be used as a way to help achieve those head calibration as well. And it does not appear that was considered. So in this case, there are a couple of things that we know are driving, I believe we know are driving the distribution of heads as they're measured in the field. One of those is recharge. I just spoke about that. The other one is the thickness of the aquifer on top of the Salinas Valley aquitard and the manner in which that aquitard drops and then pinches out as you move to the west. And I believe Ms. Nelson has talked quite a bit about how the drop in that aquitard elevation can contribute to a drop in head. So I think that those things should have been explored, or would have been things that I would have wanted to explore in my effort to reach model calibration.
Okay, so when you talk about layer thickness in that last bullet point, you're talking about layer thickness of the
Yes.
upper dune sand aquifer, is that correct?
Yes, the geometry of that layer.
And by upper, I mean the part of the dune sand aquifer above the Fort Ord Salinas Valley aquitard.
Yes.
Okay. And then recharge, and again, I may not totally understand this, but is your understanding that the way the 2022 North Marina groundwater model was set up was they just took recharge from Mr. Durbin's Salinas Valley groundwater model? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what are you saying they should have done instead?
They should have created recharge polygons that represent areas of where they would have felt there are higher and lower recharge, and then they could have varied those recharge rates, because recharge in the end is not measurable. So it's something akin to hydraulic conductivity. We can estimate it, but what tends to happen is we end up having a pretty wide range of plausible recharge values. So they could have varied recharge within those plausible ranges to help them achieve the head calibration.
Okay. And again, maybe I'm asking, well, you know the answers probably, but if necessary, I can ask the CalAm modelers as well. But if they had done recharge that way, would have there been any need to use Mr. Durbin's Salinas Valley groundwater model for any purpose in connection with this project?
I think that it's quite reasonable to use Mr. Durbin's model, or use a larger regional model to inform the boundary condition assignments. And that's a very common practice.
Okay, but you have already criticized at least the southern boundary condition here. So
yes.
And does this 2022 model, is the southern boundary condition based on outputs from the Salinas Valley groundwater model?
It is, but in my criticism there, what I'm talking about is not so much the value assigned, it's just the spatial location of the boundary. So if the model were larger, if they would have extended the model further to the south, then the whatever the assigned boundary was from whatever data source or model, parent model they chose to derive it from, would have had less of an effect on the prediction that was rendered.
Okay, so do you have any similar criticism for this? Apparently this model used I'll just say outputs from the Salinas Valley groundwater model for the northern and eastern boundary conditions. Do you have any? Well, first of all, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And do you have any criticism of that use?
No, I do not. The only I have said that one of the objectives here has been to talk about how future reductions in pumping might affect these answers. And so there would be some benefit in extending the model boundary to the east so that those could be reflected, but presumably those are also captured from the parent regional model that is run or was run to evaluate those changes in pumping. So
Okay.
that becomes a little more of my preference over somebody else's preference.
Okay, but the future trends could be input into the regional model, and then the outputs at the boundary conditions could be transferred over to this model.
Yes.
Okay, does make sense. So just one more question on the dune sand, I'm going to call it the upper dune sand aquifer layer thickness that's discussed in your fourth bullet point here. And again, if you know, fine, and if you don't know, you can say, but do you know if the developers, the preparers of this 2022 North Marina groundwater model used any geologic data to determine what layer thickness to put in for that model layer?
I do believe they did. They have multiple cross sections that have been present in all of the reports, and I believe that they relied on those cross sections as guidance for the development of the model. I think, in particular, what has been brought up in the past and previously is the coarseness of the model, which in fact it's not really all that coarse. 200 feet by 200 feet, as models go, is not a super coarse model, but they could have refined the grid if needed to better depict the change in elevation and the pinch out of the Salinas Valley aquitard. And I know that is one of the things that Mr. Weiss had evaluated and said that, the predictions are pretty sensitive to both the spatial location of that termination of the Salinas Valley aquitard and the characterization or how the model is set up to permit vertical exchange of water from the dune sand aquifer into the 180 foot, effectively different ways of simulating the geometry and spatial extent of the Salinas Valley aquitard.
Okay, and what I'm getting at is I just don't know whether this is a concern or not, but adjusting layer thickness to achieve calibration, is there a risk that if you take that approach, which you're recommending, that you end up adjusting the model layer thickness so it's not really close to reality anymore, is my question.
No, I think the goal would be to try to make it more close. So I think when I look at the cross sections that I think I know you were just looking at previously from Ms. Nelson's testimony, you can see how the model depicts using both the hydraulic conductivity assignments and the layer geometries. You can see how the model effectively represents the real world. And there's always a disconnect, right, between the way a model represents. That's why we call it a model, right? There's a disconnect there, but they could have used different techniques like grid refinement to change that shape to better reflect things like the fact that the Salinas Valley aquitard drops in elevation, and therefore you would expect the water levels to be held high where the aquifer is higher, where the aquitard is higher, and the water levels to come lower where it's lower. And obviously, maybe it's not obvious. It's really easy to criticize, and I recognize that. But what I'm saying is that there are multiple ways to achieve calibration. One of those ways is to vary hydraulic conductivity. And repeatedly, that's the only way that I've observed them or the North Marina groundwater model, that's the only knob that has been used to try to reach calibration. And I believe that is affecting the result.
Okay, well, thank you. That I do appreciate your clarification, and obviously I'll be interested to hear the response from CalAM's modelers. So let's go forward to slide 18, which you talked about before. There we go. And well, and I don't know which, for my question, we can refer to any of these figures, although I tend to be referring to the one on the right. As I understand it, from what you and Ms. Nelson have testified, Dr. Kincaid, the two ways that the Cal-Am pumping of the slant wells could affect the water quality in the MCWD wells, and particularly wells 29, 30, and 31, which have screenings in the 180-foot aquifer, are number one, the drawdown, which can cause an increase in the, I'll call it the landward migration of saline water, and two, then the increase in salinity of that plume can also cause an increase in the effective or the equivalent freshwater head. Are those in fact the ways, are there any other mechanisms by which the slant well pumping could affect the quality of the water pumped at MCWD wells 29, 30, and 31?
Well, I don't want to try to say that that would be the only thing that they may or may not be concerned about. It is the primary, it is the thing I recognize as potential harm, is the depression in head that will most certainly cause a landward migration of the saltwater freshwater interface, and I believe that to constitute the major threat or the threat to MCWD's wells and water quality.
Okay, well, and as I say, this isn't your fault. Well, but my frustration is, I think you and Ms. Nelson have pointed out potential impacts, and the Cal-Am experts have, I'll say, downplayed those impacts, but it doesn't seem that either party's witnesses have really tried to quantify that, and I understand it's very difficult to do, but that is probably the ultimate question that we are supposed to be addressing here. So that's just a comment. If you want to respond, go ahead. If you don't have anything further to say, that's okay as well.
The only thing I would say is that I concur with you, and we have that was one of my criticisms back in after my original look at the North Marina groundwater model, is that one of the critical question that is going to be asked, and is going to be asked more with more intensity, is what's going to happen to the saltwater freshwater interface, and what's going to happen to the distribution of salinities. And in my opinion, the way to address that is with a variable density model.
Yeah. Okay, let's go on to slide 20. And I'm going to just stick with this one. I know you've offered the two revised versions of this, but my questions are fairly general. And that is, we've talked about the hydraulic barrier, or in the 2022 North Marina groundwater model, because of I'll say the modeled low conductivities just to the east of the proposed slant well site. Are you familiar with that discussion?
Yes.
And my question is, and again, I know modelers hesitate to make assumptions about how model results would change without doing the change in the modeling. So if you want to state caveats, go ahead. But my staff and I have been wondering, do those what I'm going to call hydraulic barriers, which you and Ms. Nelson have criticized in the 2022 model, is one of the effects of them that the modeling of the drawdowns from the slant well pumping to the north and the south along the coast, which you have shown here, or which are would occur in zones 1, 2, 4, and 5, are those going to be higher because of that hydraulic barrier to the east of the proposed slant wells?
As you said, I have to caveat that this is we're a guess territory now, but I would guess that they are indeed higher. So they are higher because of the low hydraulic conductivity zone to the east, particularly zones 4 and 5. So we're in this model, we're essentially asking it how much water comes across the beach, basically goes from the ocean side to the landward side as a consequence of pumping. And that will be affected by the degree to which the pumping can reach out and capture water from other sources, meaning from the dune sand aquifer. So since that in this model, since that source has been curtailed, or since it has been eliminated or curtailed, I would expect that the model to show more draw coming into that area on zones 4 and 5.
Okay, that's what we were wondering about. So thank you for that clarification. Okay. Got a pile of notes here, but I think that covers all the questions I had for Dr. Kincaid. So I do want to try to finish up. Thank you for taking down that slide. I do want to try to finish up here before we have a lunch break so we can all go our separate ways this afternoon. So first of all, I will ask Mr. Wilkins and Mr. Brochard, do you have any redirect questions for either of these witnesses? And either one of you can go first.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Wilkins, why don't you go ahead?
Ms. Nelson, do you recall yesterday Dr. Kincaid testified that he used and this morning, he talked about a 10-year period from 2004 to 2013 he used to create the steady state version based on conversations he had with you. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Did you recommend the use of a particular 10-year period to Dr. Kincaid?
Yes.
And can you explain why?
Yes. Based on our work on the groundwater sustainability plan, we did a lot of analysis of what the long-term hydrologic precipitation is. And there is a long-term water budget between 1896 and 2019, which is identified in the GSP. And the average rainfall in this region, basically in the Monterey subbasin, was identified as 15.46 inches per year. That is based on the PRISM spatial climate data set, which DWR recommends for use in groundwater sustainability plans. And we looked at the 10-year period between water year 2004 and 2013, and we found that it was very similar. It is 15.63 inches per year. And it has also quite a bit of variability, which you would want if you wanted to sort of get an idea of what would happen over a period that might be reasonably representative of the overall average. And just to give you a sense, over the min and max of that long-term average, minimum rainfall was 6.69 inches, all the way up to 36.29 inches. So that gives you sort of what the range is that's observed over the long-term average. And you can see that, it's a pretty good match at 15.63 versus 15.46. The other thing I think Mr. Kincaid identified was the use of the year 2005 That year had a average rainfall based on the PRISM data set of 22.4 inches. So that would be considered a wet year. And the 2019 year, which is the most current, is 20.54 inches per year of that year. And those are water years.
And do you recall also discussions yesterday and today regarding, and you just heard it from the AHO to both of you, how to potentially calculate the change in seawater concentrations or volumes?
Yes.
Mr. Lilly, can I object? I think it's inappropriate for a second witness to stand up to justify or bolster another witness's testimony. We heard it yesterday, and saying it again and adding to it some, I think it's really inappropriate. And it's going to take a lot more time. I would, if we're going to do it this way, I think we have to bring back the other witness and cross-examine him again.
Okay, well, let's, I think Mr. Wilkins, I'm going to overrule the objection, but do try to, and I want this to be focused on things that really are responses to questions and answers that came up on cross-ex. And Ms. Nelson, I do want you to try to limit your answers and not have them just go on and on and on. So with that caveat, Mr. Wilkins, why don't you restate your next question, and let's see if we can move this on fairly quickly.
I just wanted, my question there was just if she recalled it, and then I was going to ask her one question, so it's only one question. I don't believe it's super long. And my question is, do you have an opinion?
Can I object? I objected to the question. If it's going to be the same question over again, I'd ask Mr. Lilly that you rule on it and not just let it go. Because
I said the objection was overruled.
Okay.
And so my question to you, Ms. Nelson, is, do you have a recommendation on the best way to calculate volumes and changes to seawater that could be used here?
Yes, I believe a variable density model is really the best way of making these assessments.
And have you provided any testimony in this proceeding regarding the Monterey sub-basin groundwater flow model?
I have cited to the results of that model in my testimony, in the sense that I have provided an estimate from data tables presented in the main portion of the GSP that were related to cross-boundary flows between the 180 and 400 foot aquifer.
Did you provide any testimony regarding the calibration of that model?
No.
Again, Mr. Lilly, I'd like to object, and I don't want to irritate you, but by saying what she testified to yesterday, she said it yesterday. We heard it, and I think going back and said, "Did you say this yesterday?" is not an examination.
The objection's overruled. I think it's a question that can. I think Ms. Nelson already gave the answer, which was one word, and I think we can move on.
Do any of your opinions rely on the Monterey sub-basin groundwater flow model?
No.
So, Mr. Lilly, the reason I asked these questions was to address the issue of whether we're going to have additional testimony on the calibration of that model. And I heard yesterday that you were open to potentially allowing SIR rebuttal or SIR rebuttal testimony on that. And if we are going to discuss that, I would like to introduce what we've uploaded today, which is MCWD 121, which is the calibration results and model just documents for that model, and ask Ms. Nelson to provide some testimony on it. As we said yesterday, we don't have any testimony about that model. It has a different purpose than the model at issue here. It's a GSP model. It's not a project model. So we don't believe it's necessarily relevant. However, we don't have any problem going into it, and we are happy to provide testimony on it. But we do think if Callum's going to be able to provide SIR rebuttal testimony on the calibration on it, and we haven't even testified as to its calibration, that we should be at least given the opportunity to provide testimony on it. So
Okay,
with that,
so the answer is, I'm not going to allow that now. I don't know what Cal-Am is going to produce on the calibration issue. I said before, I think I said yesterday fairly clearly, I think Cal-Am potentially could offer through its own witnesses testimony on what I called the industry standard for calibration of models. If they do, then we'll cross that bridge when we come to it as to whether or not it's appropriate for you to ask Ms. Nelson to respond to that, but we're not there yet, so I don't want to get to that today.
Then that's all the questions I have, Mr. Lilly.
All right, so Mr. Burchard, do you have redirect questions for Dr. Kincaid?
I do not have any questions for Dr. Kincaid at this time.
Okay, well, that makes that quicker. All right.
You
So
covered all
where-
of my questions.
Excuse me?
I said you covered all of my questions.
Well, I can assure everyone else that you and I did not confer about that, so, but thank you. All right, so let me.
Oh, I apologize. I'm sorry. I did have one that I wanted to.
Oh.
I know.
Go ahead. I hope it doesn't open a can of worms, but go ahead.
Dr. Kincaid, is there an industry standard for calibration?
Not specifically. There are guidelines, what I would call guidelines for calibration.
Okay, can we look at exhibit MCWD 105?
Okay, we'll put up exhibit MCWD 105. Okay, what is your question about?
Dr. Kincaid, are you familiar with this document?
Yes, I am.
Is this one of those guidelines that you use for calibration?
Yes, guidelines for other things as well, but the calibration constitutes a big portion of what this document talks about.
I apologize. I think I'm on the wrong one. We look at page 9.
Okay, we have page 9.
You just zoom out a little
Okay.
or scroll down. You can see on the starts on the bottom left and then it continues on the right column to the top. Is that where it talks about calibration of a model?
Yes, it talks about calibration here.
If we look in the second column up at the top, scroll up a little. The first full paragraph where it says the amount of effort that is required in calibrating a groundwater flow model is dependent upon the intended use of the model. Do you see that?
Yes,
You agree with that statement?
yes.
In your opinion, is the 2022 North Marina groundwater model well calibrated for its intended use?
No.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions, Mr. Lilly.
Okay, well, and that's fine. Thank you. We certainly are going to be having to revisit the calibration issue, but I think we've covered it sufficiently for today. So I'm going to get my list of MCWD exhibits, and then I'll ask either Mr. Wilkins or Mr. Burchard which ones. I think Mr. Wilkins already said which ones they want to admit. So just
Mr. Lilly, this is David Osias.
Yes.
I have at least one follow-up question for Ms. Nelson and then a question for you. If that's okay.
Okay, I really want to wrap this up here, but go ahead with your question for Ms. Nelson. I hope it follows up on either my questions or Mr. Wilkins' questions.
It's exactly to Mr. Wilkins' question and her answer, and I'm just seeking clarification when she
Okay, go ahead.
She said.
You just ask her your question.
Thank you. I believe you said, Ms. Nelson, that the 10-year period from 2004 to 2013 was recommended by you based on the work in the GSP. Is that what you said?
No, not exactly. So what I said is that as part of the groundwater sustainability plan, we looked at what precipitation occurs within the Monterey subbasin.
Okay,
And so what we compiled out of the PRISM data set, what the precipitation is in the Monterey subbasin, and we identified a hydrogeologic period which was estimated to be normal in this area.
I'm sorry. My question really was about which GSP, because you didn't say, except for now, maybe. You meant the Monterey Subbasin GSP, not the
Correct.
400.
We utilized it in evaluating the rainfall in the Monterey GSP.
Okay. And was that same data, if you know, used in the 180-400 GSP?
It
If you
is
know.
specific to the PRISM data set is actually very specific to the area. So it is a spatial evaluation. So they would have used different areas for the 180-400.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lilly. That was all I had for Ms. Nelson.
Okay, so do you
And
want to
then
ask
my-
a question of me?
Yes. I believe you would want any argument, offer of proof, or relevancy of the Monterey Subbasin model held for a later time.
Correct. Yeah, I want, and the reason is I want to cover Dr. Trudell's testimony next week because that may have a bearing on this question. So I think it makes sense to cover that testimony first and then to circle back to this.
Okay, and so I just wanted you to know, we do have a response to questions you asked yesterday after consulting with our experts, response to Mr. Wilkins, including some of his statements, and we will hold them till you tell us it's the right time.
Yeah, let's get through Dr. Trudell next week. Hopefully on Monday. And then we're going to have a fairly long discussion, hopefully not too long, but we then need to have a discussion about how to go forward with basically responding to new testimony that's been brought up and how to do this efficiently. And, and also, frankly, to get as much detail as I think my colleagues and I need on the critical issues. So let's do that next week after Dr. Trudell.
Thank you. And
Okay, and Mr. Moore, your hand is up. I hope we're not, I really want to wrap up here, so go ahead.
Okay, all I'm going to ask is some questions on quantification of different opinions, and it'll take me 3 minutes or 4 minutes, I guess. But I think you mentioned that you brought up the issue, so I want to at least provide some additional information about that.
I'm sorry, are you saying you want to do redirect?
No, I want to respond to your question that things haven't been quantified. So things like water haven't been quantified. There's a lot of things that haven't been.
Okay, yeah. Those are critical questions, and I definitely want to talk about that next week. I just want to cover Dr. Trudell first before we get to that, but please don't forget that. Those are definitely going to be things we are going to need to cover.
Thank you.
All right, good. All right, let's get to the MCWD exhibit list. So we had posted this on our AHO FTP page. We had gone through 116 and I'm trying to see here. There are a few too many pages out here. So I guess I'll just ask, I know I've got it here somewhere, but Mr. Wilkins, can you help me? I've got on my list, we haven't had a chance to update it through MCWD 116. So what is MCWD 117?
That would be Ms. Nelson's slides.
That's Nelson slides. Okay, thank you. And 118 is Kincaid slides.
Correct.
And then we have the two revisions to those.
Correct.
And 119 is his technical or his memorandum regarding slide 20. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then 120 is his Excel spreadsheet. I'm going to say regarding slide 20.
Correct.
Is that oh, you said you had another exhibit, but I said I didn't think we were going to look at that today. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you just give me a short description of what that is so I can put it down here?
That's the Monterey MCWD GSP modeling that was done that we've been talking about.
It's appendix.
It's the model
6B.
documentation.
The Monterey Subbasin GSP
Appendix 6B.
modeling appendix.
Correct.
Okay, so you can, I don't know if you've uploaded it yet, but we'll put it in the file, but we're certainly not going to discuss its admissibility today.
Correct.
So what I have, and this for the Cal-Am attorney, whoever's going to respond, I have that have not been admitted yet and that Mr. Wilkins offered yesterday, MCWD 10 through 26.
Also MCW 2 and 3, Mr. Lilly.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. So let me try again. I have that Mr. Wilkins is offering today exhibit MCWD 2 and 3, 10 through 26, 40 through 57, 60 through 69, 75.
I believe also 73, I think.
Did I miss that?
That's correct, 73.
Okay, 73 has not come in yet as well. You're right. 73, 75, and then 92 through 99.
And I believe also 90.
Sorry, my print is finer than my eyesight. Thank you. 90, and then 92 through 99, and 110 through 120, and of course the 2 slides in 118. So, and again, this is all stated in the spreadsheet that we've posted. So are there any objections to any of these exhibits coming into evidence?
So first, this is Mr. Osias. I have a question just about
Yes.
What's been labeled 120. That's the Excel spreadsheet. And
Yes.
should we not save that number and not admit this incompleted one, which we haven't done any questioning on yet, and hold it for the additional layers and take up its admissibility at that time if there's any issues? We haven't even studied it.
Okay, let me say this. I think it's admissible. I think Dr. Kincaid has authenticated it. But because it's complicated and you just got it this morning, I'm going to allow you to review it before I rule on its admissibility. And at that point, we can decide whether or not to replace it with another spreadsheet with the same number that has the expanded work that I'm inclined not to do that because I think it may be several days before we get that. But I'll tell you what. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave exhibit 120 as is. And if Dr. Kincaid prepares the spreadsheet regarding the other model layers, I'll ask him to work with Mr. Brochard to label that as a new exhibit number. But Mr. Osias, I will give you over the weekend to work with your experts to review that before I rule on whether or not it's admissible, whether or not I will accept it into evidence. So with that, are there any objections to the other MCWD exhibits that I just listed?
So, Mr. Lilly, this is Michael Betts. The first question I have is you mentioned that on the site, the FTP site, that there's an updated document indicating introduced and accepted. And I clearly have seen that for the Cal-Am exhibits. maybe it's just me or our team, but we haven't, is there something similar to that for the Marina Coast Water District exhibits?
There certainly is. It may be that the way it auto sorts, it's at the end of the list rather than at the beginning, but I'll just check. I'm pretty sure it's been there for quite a while.
Okay. With my colleague, Mr. Osias, we'll just address these one by one if we could. So number 2, there's no objection. Number 3, the testimony of Todd Kincaid, there's no objection. Number 10, the resume of Ms. Nelson, there's no objection.
Hey, you really only need to state the ones where you do have objections. It may go a little faster that way.
16, the geoscience technical memorandum.
Okay, what is do you have an objection to that?
Yeah, foundation and relevance.
Okay, what is Mr. Wilkins or Mr. Bouchard? Do you have a response to that?
It's my belief that was cited in Miss Nelson's direct testimony as something that she reviewed and relied upon for at least portions of her testimony. Obviously, I have to go back and look exactly, but
I
that's
also,
where it comes from.
again, geoscience is Dr. Ye. It's CalAm's witnesses. It's submitted to the hydrologic working group. I fail to see how it's not relevant.
So, Mr. Betts, what is your objection was not on relevance, it was on lack of foundation?
Yeah, foundation. I don't recall her relying upon it.
And I would just add, because we had this kind of objection before, we don't know that it was uploaded in complete, as a complete document. And you had asked us on some of the CalAm exhibits to express that in order to aid. So I would add that on top of authentication for a moment. Doesn't mean it can't be authenticated when we get these people back on the stand.
Okay, assuming it's in fact a memorandum that geoscience prepared, I think it would be admissible. I mean, he's not an agent of CalAm, but if this was prepared by Dr. Ye, it certainly seems like it's something MCWD can offer. But I will withhold ruling on MCWD 16 so that I can take a look at it, and all of you can take a look at it, and then we'll come back to that whenever we get to this again next week. So with that, go ahead, Mr. Betts.
Same objections for 19, 20, and 21, foundation authentication.
Okay, foundation.
And I would same response. These were documents cited by Dr. Kincaid and that he reviewed and said were part of his testimony. And I know this is not a formal court proceeding, so we did not go through, and nor did any of CalAm's experts go through every single one of their documents to authenticate them.
Well, 19, 20, and 21 are reports from Dr. Kincaid.
Right. Well, they're all documents references. What I'm saying, I didn't say any of them were CalAm or whoever. My point is, all these were references from Dr. Kincaid for his direct testimony. Is what I mean.
Okay, yeah, there's a difference here between a geoscience memo and a Kincaid memo. So, yeah, Mr. Betts, if 19, 20, and 21 are cited in Dr. Kincaid's testimony and he prepared them, I've been admitting I did the same thing with technical memorandum prepared by Dr. Ye. I would admit those on the grounds that they do have authentication and foundation. So am I missing anything here?
Yeah, I don't recall them being so. If they say that it is, but I'm picking the ones that I don't recall. Just mentioning it was one thing, but I don't recall it was relied upon to support any of the thoughts or opinions.
Well, okay. All right. So just to be thorough on this, Mr. Wilkins, your homework assignment will be to prepare a memorandum to me to list where these are cited in Dr. Kincaid's written testimony, and basically your response to these
mean,
objections.
Mr.
from-
Lilly, I can, it's page 5 of his testimony. It's exhibit 3, page 5. What materials have you considered in preparing your report? And then Dr. Kincaid lists MCWD 19, 20, and 21.
Oh, okay. Well, that seems to cover this, Mr. Betts. Unless you have anything else to say about that, I think I'm going to rule that they're admissible.
No, nothing further. I just think, again, just saying I relied upon and giving a list of everything.
Well,
isn't
I did the same thing with Dr. Ye, so. Okay, so the objections to 19, 20, and 21 are overruled. Just so if we're keeping a running tab here, exhibits MCWD 2 and 3 and 9 through 15 and 17 and 18 are admitted or accepted into evidence, and exhibits MCWD 19, 20, and 21, the objections are overruled, and those exhibits are accepted into evidence. So Mr. Betts, please proceed.
41,
Okay, and just so I can catch up, that means exhibits MCWD 22 through 26 and 41 are accepted into evidence. Hang on just one moment here. And we will go, what is your objection to MCWD 42?
foundation, 41.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Foundation, authentication, and relevance.
Okay, Mr. Brochard or Mr. Wilkins, do you have a response?
Going to look for the document right now. I know that these were cited by our experts. We were provided, obviously, we're instructed to provide summaries of testimony, and therefore we assume that everything that they have cited and said they relied on in their written direct testimony, which we were only summarizing. If we need to call them back to the stand and go through every single one of their documents, we did not think that was consistent with what your request for a short summary of their testimony would be. We can do that.
No, I'm not asking. The question is whether they're cited at all in their written proposed testimony.
And my understanding is yes. Obviously, to go find each one of these references, I have not done that. I don't know. Mr. Brochard is quicker and more technologically savvy, so he may have already done that, but I haven't found it directly yet.
Can I ask you a question, Mr. Wilkins, about 42, just you have the title in front of you?
Sure.
I heard Ms. Nelson talk about a Maytech study today. And it seemed like it was on this tetrachloride plume. Is this a different name for it?
It's
No, this is not the MacTech. This is a different study by, I'm not sure I'm pronouncing it right, but it says it's on a Aetna Environmental, so it's not MacTech.
Okay.
okay. So, and just to clarify, my staff just said I missed exhibit MCWD 9, but that is accepted into evidence. There was no objection to that. So let's just go through here. Mr. Betts, you're objecting to MCWD 41, and then please just tell me the next ones in order that you're,
Sure.
or if you have a similar objection to others.
43, concerning saltwater environments in the Atlantic coast. Again, even if it was cited for some of those, the relevance of a body of water on the other coast. doesn't
Okay,
seem-
did you object to 42 as well?
I did not.
Okay, so 40, so you objected to 41, I'm withholding ruling on that. 42 is accepted into evidence, and you're objecting to 43, and I think we'll do the same thing and just ask Mr. Wilkins or Mr. Richard to get back to me next week. So,
Sure.
ahead.
43, 45.
okay, so 44, we accept into evidence. 45, what is your basis for objecting to 45?
Authentication, foundation, and relevance, particularly a document from 1946.
Are you really questioning whether or not this, in fact, is a DWR report?
No, it's the relevance.
Okay. boy, I'm going to just go ahead and accept that. These the background DWR reports, I think, I don't know how relevant they'll be, but they certainly can be relevant. The board can take official notice of these documents prepared by other public agencies. So the objection to 45 is overruled.
53 is the next objection.
Okay, so we accept 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, and 52 are accepted into evidence. And what is your objection to 53?
Relevance.
Okay. And I think if it's just relevance, I'm going to overrule that objection and accept 53 into evidence. This is the type of document that the State Water Board can take official notice of. Okay, keep going.
Uh, 65.
Okay, so pause there for a moment. So we accept into evidence MCWD 54, 55, 56, 57, 60, 61, 62, 63, and 64. And so now go to 65. Please tell me your objection to that.
Foundation relevance.
Okay, and do we have a response to that from Mr. Bouchard or Mr. Wilkins?
It would be the same response that, the documents referenced by our experts that they provided to provide complete testimony. And we provided a summary. If we need to call them back to explain it further, we can go through each of these documents, but
okay, I don't want that, but I do want you to provide in your memo that you're going to prepare to me a citation for where this is cited in one of your witnesses' testimony. And just so we're clear, these technical reports by other people who have not testified, I will accept those into evidence, but they are subject, to the extent I'm applying the rules here, which I plan to, they're subject to the rules governing hearsay evidence in Government Code 11513 subdivision D. So they can be used to supplement and explain other testimony, but they're not going to be standalone testimony of their own. So, but anyway, I'm going to leave it to you, Mr. Wilkins, to find where there is some reference to these, because these are not government documents. So I think we'll need to do that. So that's for MCWD 6.5. Mr. Betts, please continue.
Given your standard, 73 is the next one.
Okay, so we will accept into evidence 6.6, 6.7, 6.8, and 6.9. And then 7.3, what is your objection?
Foundation relevance.
Okay, so the same ruling on that. I'm going to defer the ruling to allow MCWD's attorneys to explain where this is discussed or cited in any of their witnesses' written testimony. Okay, keep going. Or I'll just say, do you object to MCWD 75?
No, but Mr. Lowe, you asked me to let you know the ones I do object to, so.
No, I'm giving you a hard time, Mr. Betts. Please bear with me. I just am trying to go down my list. It's just that was one. After that, there are a lot that have already been admitted. The next one I have that we have to rule on. So anyway, so 75 is accepted into evidence. And then the next one I have, 90 is the rebuttal testimony of Dr. Kincaid. I assume there's no objection to that. So
That's correct, Mr. Lilly. Again, using your direction to me, we're fine up to 99.
Okay, good. So I'm accepting into evidence 90, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98. And Mr. Betts, if I'm giving you inconsistent instructions, I apologize. I'm not the least bit criticizing you. You're doing the best you can
No
under my
criticism taken.
directions. So what is your objection to 99?
Same thing, foundation, relevance. And again, I'm being very specific. I'm not trying to object to everything, but areas where I don't see specific substantial reliance on it in the experts' opinions or thoughts.
Yeah, and
99.
so that's fine. So I'm going to ask Mr. Brochard and Mr. Wilkins to provide a response regarding MCWD 99, and I'm delaying ruling on that at this time. Okay. So-
Next is,
And we will accept, oh, wait, 101 and 102 from Dr. Ash, those were his original slides, which were replaced by 108. So those are not accepted into evidence.
And we have not moved for those. The next ones we are asking for were 110 through 118.
Yeah, I'm at 110. Mr. Betts, what is your next objection in starting with MCWD 110?
sure, 110 and 111. I'm not disputing the authenticity of CMEX's responses, but foundation and relevance. I think simple responses without further explanation and or testimony again on pumping history and the opportunity for us to respond, is that's premature to allow amended discovery responses in at this point.
Okay, I'm going to overrule that objection to 110 and 111 and accept those into evidence. I specifically asked CMEX to produce those because I thought that the pumping history was relevant. So I think that they are appropriately accepted into evidence. So the objections to those are overruled. Okay, keep going.
That's it, subject to 120 and the discussion you had with Mr. Osias.
Okay, so then exhibits MCWD 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, and with 118 revised and 118 supplement are accepted into evidence. 119 is, oh, that's the memo. Sorry, I can't read my own writing. That's the memo that is accepted into evidence. 120, I told Mr. Osias I would defer ruling on that to give him an opportunity to confer with his experts about that, since it's a complex spreadsheet that was just received this morning. And 121, MCWD is not offering at this time. So I think that covers MCWD's exhibits. Have I missed anything? Understanding we have to come back, but I think we've covered those. So good. Let me see if we can go through. There were some additional Cal-Am exhibits.
Sure, I think, Mr. Lloyd, to frame it, there's two buckets of Cal-Am exhibits. One is per a prior order of yours, you asked us to submit by last Friday any comments, questions, concerns about the list of exhibits that had already been admitted or not. So per your request, we did send an email. That's the first bucket. The second bucket is the new exhibits that have been introduced in this phase of the proceedings. That's 118 through 127, all of which we offer.
Okay, so in the first bucket, thank you, Mr. Betts. The first bucket, we have 91. And I'm looking at Mr. Betts's December 2 email, which I appreciate. Actually, it was from Mr. Terry of Mr. Betts's office. So this discusses Cal-Am 91, 93, and 98, I believe.
I think we also had 102
Right, okay, we'll go ahead and just cover them all. 102,
through 102, and then 106 through 113.
106 through 113. So are there any objections to any of those exhibits from MCWD or City of Marina? Okay, let me, go ahead. Excuse me, Mr. Brochard, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I'll take a shot at it. 91 are secondary drinking water standards from the EPA. While I don't doubt that that's what the document is, it hasn't, no, I don't think they've asked anybody any questions about it, so I don't see how it's relevant.
Okay, so that objection is overruled. and I accept Exhibit CalAm 91 into evidence. I think this is this is clearly a document prepared by a government agency that the State Water Board can take official notice of.
And Dr. Ash addressed this document in his testimony.
Mr. Osias, I've accepted it.
Okay,
You don't need to say anything more. It's in.
thank you.
All right, so 90, Mr. Burchard, any other objections?
93 is a staff report. I understand how it's background historical documents, but I didn't think that we were admitting them into evidence.
Yeah, so Exhibit 93, I am not going to accept into evidence. And I'll tell you what the story is with that. We have a whole folder in the AHO FTP folder, which is called historical documents. And included in that folder is this memorandum, and also various transmittal memos and letters and correspondence that establish the context of that memorandum. So I'll just tell you, I think in our draft report, we will be citing to those in the background discussion. But I don't think that's something that is appropriately admitted into evidence because it's just prepared by a staff. It's not an actual official act by the State Water Board itself. So with that caveat, you'll be able to cite to the memorandum, but you have to cite to it through our background documents folder rather than through Exhibit CalAm 93.
Can I have a couple quick comments on that?
Go ahead, Mr. Betts, please.
Sure. First, and I think Mr. Osias does as well, but that report, I understand it's not stamped and blessed by the board, but it's cited repeatedly in the PUC decisions, which have been admitted. In addition, a lot of work was done, obviously, by the board. Came up with some really relevant findings. Those were adopted by the PUC, and a lot of people have done work based on those decisions. The HWG, PUC hydrologists, the board work, the Coastal Commission, and people have addressed any and all comments, concerns related in those. And the fact that the Marina Coast Water District and the city still object to this project when every stone has been unturned, so we will say, every issue has been addressed, is somewhat relevant as to the motivation. And I think from the very beginning, we've articulated, I think there's a motivation of why they're objecting to this, because they didn't get part of the RDP. But this is all part of the story, not just the findings that the staff did, which we think are extremely important, but the conduct of the parties since then makes this, we believe, relevant. Now, whether it's dispositive or not, obviously you'll give it whatever weight you determine, but it's more than just the findings. It's just the conduct, it's the conduct of the parties since then as well.
Okay.
And I wanted to add one more thing so you can take it all into account, Mr. Lilly, please.
Go ahead.
And I think it needs to be evidence, at least for this purpose, if not for all the reasons. There were suggestions from State Board staff as to further studies that were needed. And there were further studies done in response to that. And now there's questions about, what about other studies, which, you know, I understand this is a bit of a evolving process, but what was studied and reported out was done in part in response to the specifically identified needs for additional information. And I think that's needed to be in the evidentiary record to explain why the HWG, for example, references that they did those studies.
Okay, so I'm going to sustain the objection to CalAm 93, but with the understanding that anybody in their arguments and briefs may cite to this memorandum and the related transmittals. There were several. I put them all in. I found them from the State Water Board's website and put them into the historical documents folder many months ago. There's the initial request, I believe, from the Coastal Commission or the PUC, and then there's correspondence, and then there is this memorandum. And my only point is, I want them all in the same folder so that the context of the memorandum and frankly, who wrote it, which is not stated in the memorandum itself, but is stated in the transmittal memo, is all in the record. And you will have full reign to cite that, and all parties will have full reign to cite that memorandum and all of the related correspondence in your arguments, in your briefing, and in any proposed draft report you prepare. So this is in no way limits your ability to use that memorandum. I just think from a treatment and evidentiary point of view, it's not appropriate to accept it into evidence. And I'll say primarily because it has no author on it at all. And it's not clear. It says it's State Water Resources Control Board, but there's no author or any context. So in my view, it's best left and it's best treated as part of the historical documents. But I don't think for Mr. Betts or Mr. Osias, this really in any way limits your ability to use it. I just think I want it to be clear that that's where it is, because I think that establishes the context better. So the objection to CalAm 93 is sustained. Frankly, I was going to make that objection on my own motion even before I heard it from MCWD, but I hope that's clear. I'm not in any way restricting CalAm from being able to cite it. It's just you're gonna have to cite to it from a different folder. So with that, did you have an objection to the next one I have on my list is CalAm 98. So Mr. Brochard or Mr. Wilkins, was there an objection to 98?
We're going to object to that also.
And what is your
Relevance.
basis?
It purports to be a document from the Public Utilities Commission from September of 2019 on a mitigation monitoring compliance and reporting program. I don't think we've taken any testimony on the program. It's not being implemented. I don't even know that it's actually been approved by any agencies.
Okay, what is CalAm's response on
Yeah,
98?
First of all, this is very relevant. I mean, we believe that there's been no demonstration of any harm from 2013, from the PUC's decision, water boards, this is all a redo. But if there ever was any, this program may come into effect of mitigating any harm.
I don't think Mr. Brochard objected on relevance grounds. I think he objected on foundation grounds. Is
Sure.
that
So it was
correct?
downloaded. I in our submission, I gave you the very link that we downloaded from. So someone thinks that
I did on relevance also. And
Oh, I'm
it's like
sorry.
Mr. Betts is saying that it's a program that somebody may use at some point in the future, but there's no testimony saying that anybody actually will use this.
Okay, well,
It's just something that's been
just so we're
proposed.
clear, you'll get a chance, Mr. Betts. Let me just say, I overrule the objection on relevance grounds. I think this is very relevant background for the details of how this project will be implemented. But I am concerned, Mr. Betts, I am concerned about Mr. Brochard's comments about, I'll just say, foundation. I mean, if I just have a mitigation monitoring reporting plan, but I don't know whether there's any commitment by CalAm to actually implement it, that does cause me some concern.
Mr.
that
Jalil, it's in an order. It's not, it's part of the order from the PUC.
This is not an order. This is just a program.
This is.
Okay,
so
here's what we'll do.
we'll show you.
Mr. Osias and Mr. Betts, your homework assignment is fair. What's fair for one is fair for the other. Please, in your memo, maybe this is the first one we have in your memo, but please just write out why you think that this is in fact appropriate to be admitted. If this is in fact a term of a PUC order, then it certainly will be admissible. So, and you don't have to go through it right now, but please write that out. If that's all it is that this is in fact something that the PUC has ordered CalAm to do, it's in. But if not, then I think Mr. Brochard's objection raises some concerns to me about whether or not CalAm in fact is legally obligated to do this. So is that clear what I want you to be able to show to me next week?
Yes.
Mr.
Okay.
Lilly, can I ask for a clarification on that, please?
Okay,
Is
go ahead.
the only question whether they've been ordered to come up with a plan, or is it the question whether the CPUC's actually approved and ordered them to implement this plan?
The latter. Yeah, just if the PUC just ordered them to prepare a plan, that doesn't get it for this document. There has to be something, some document that shows that Cal-Am in fact must comply with this plan. That's what I'm looking for. So you have your assignment, Mr. Osias and Mr. Betts. I hope you can, hopefully it won't be too hard to clarify that. Okay, I'm to Cal-Am. So I'm deferring ruling on Cal-Am 98 at this point. I'm to Cal-Am 102. Is there any objection to 102?
No, I think Mr. Osias represented that it was downloaded from Marina Coast website without any changes, and that's enough for me.
Okay, so we'll accept, and I certainly trust that if Mr. Osias said that, it is true. So we will accept 102. So going down, Mr. Burchard or Mr. Wilkins, where's the next Cal-Am exhibit to which you object to?
So the next ones are 106 through 113.
Oh, just so we're clear, 103 is not accepted into evidence. It was just offered for reference, showing the changes from Cal-Am 4 to Cal-Am 104. So I'm sorry, Mr. Burchard, I'm interrupting, but I'm to 106 now. What's your next objection?
I think 106 to 113 are just statutes.
Okay, they are statutes or regulations, or maybe they're all just statutes. So I said I deferred ruling on those before on the grounds that they could be used for impeachment or other purposes on cross-examination of witnesses, but I don't think any of them have. So for Mr. Betts or Mr. Osias, do you still want to offer it looks like it's 106 through 113 into evidence?
Yes, and so 2 points. One, although my memory is perhaps the weakest on the screen, I believe there was a lot of discussion with Dr. Ash, which we didn't bother to repeat with the other witnesses yet, regarding the definition of drinking water and quality standards. There was, of course, in Ms. Nelson's testimony yesterday or the day before, I'm losing track, about how and why 3000 TDS is the source of drinking water protection. So that's just my introduction. The original, I believe, response by you, Mr. Lilly, was, well, these are laws, and you can, of course, cite them in your brief, but they're not evidence. And that's why you didn't admit them the first time. And so we responded to that by showing you that, in fact, they're proper evidentiary subjects. And in fact, a court is required to take judicial notice of them as evidence.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. The water board takes official notice instead of judicial notice, but there's no doubt.
So we merely want them in the evidentiary record. Okay, even though we did use them, I don't concede that we haven't used them, but we want them in the evidentiary record also. Not just.
Let me just ask you this, Mr. Osias, if you want to cite to one of these statutes in your brief, why would you cite to a Cal-Am exhibit number instead of just citing to the statute?
With all due respect, I know that's a terrible phrase.
Yeah, please do, because that implies there's no respect, but just tell me the answer to your question.
When the ultimate report is reviewed, both by the court and any reviewing court, the evidentiary record may become more relevant than just the citation. And we do not want any issues about what's in the record for the duration of how this proceeding goes. So I don't believe there's any harm to complying with the evidence code, which makes these admissible evidence, nor is there really a legitimate objection to making them evidence.
If I could.
Okay, wait, I'm done. The evidence code says the court may take judicial notice of them. We can take official notice of them. Nothing in that says we have to admit them as exhibits. And I'll tell you, my concern is that then all of a sudden, people are going to think they need to offer every single statute that they cite as an exhibit. And that could get out of hand pretty quickly. And then some careful attorney is going to say, well, boy, we better offer as exhibits all the court decisions that we are citing in our briefs. And I don't really want to go down that path. So the answer is the objections to 106 through the CalAm 106 through 113 are sustained. They're not admitted into evidence as explicitly as exhibits, but this in no way limits any party's right and ability to cite to them. And of course, the State Water Board, my office, the State Water Board, and the court will take official notice and or judicial notice of them if they are so cited. But I just don't want them in my record because I'm afraid that would start a floodgate that I might never be able to stop.
And
Mr. Lilly,
Mr. Lilly,
you-
are we allowed to then
hold on, David,
use?
can I say something, please? You said 106 through 116, I believe.
No,
I believe you
106
said
through
that.
113.
Correct.
If I didn't say that, that's what I meant to say. So the objections to exhibits CalAm 106 through 113 are sustained, but with the understanding that CalAm or any other party may cite to those statutes in any of its legal arguments and briefing, and I and the State Water Board will take official notice of these statutes if they so cite them. Do you really want to beat this one up, Mr. Osias? Go ahead.
No, I want to pin down just one thing. They are cited in testimony by the City of Marina and MCWD witnesses without being attached. And so long as there's no challenge that the ones we offered in as an exhibit that weren't accepted is what those references refer to, then I understand your ruling. But I don't want to have any issue about, when Dr. Ash says EPA regulation X, which is in his testimony, that we don't know what we're talking about.
Well, the time to do that was during cross-examination of Dr. Ash and asking him exactly what the date of the document is he was referring to. We're way past that.
I know I did that, and I
First of
offered
all,
him in back
wait,
then.
Stop. First of all, this is not EPAX. These are all water code sections. These are statutes. These are not EPA regulations. And I might have a different view if it were otherwise. But frankly, for Mr. Osias and all of you, if somebody cites a water code section, I'm going to go pull the water code off the shelf and read it, or download it from Westlaw and read it. I don't really need to go to a CalAm exhibit to read the water code, and that's not the way I would normally do that. So that's all I'm saying here.
All right.
But it's fair game. If you want to cite any section of the water code, that's fine. They're all, so I hope that's clear. Anyway, that's my ruling on that. Okay, is there any objection to CalAm 114? This was the excerpts of the Schertzinger deposition, which I'm pretty sure were in fact discussed on cross-examination. Hearing none, exhibit CalAm 114 is admitted into evidence. That takes care of that list. We now have some new exhibits. CalAm 118 through 127. Mr. Betts or Mr. Osias, does either of you want to comment on these? I'm not sure we're ready for these, but tell me where we are.
Yeah, we offered them all into evidence. We could do it now, or we could talk about it next week.
Okay, well, tell me well, first of all, are there any objections from Marina Coast or City of Marina?
Yes.
I don't even know what they are.
But he's
Okay,
objecting anyways.
No, I'm objecting. He said he didn't know what they were.
now, Mr. Wilkins, go ahead. You know what they are. Go ahead.
Well, specifically, my objections are to 118, 119, and 120. And they all relate to the Coastal Commission proceeding that no one has offered testimony in this matter on. And I recognize that there was a question about the exhibit 120, but again, I would object to it on the grounds of relevance. The staff report on Foundation, as well as the addendum to the staff report on Foundation, without getting into the substance of them, which if we need to, we can brief that this was a approval of, that's contingent on a lot of things happening. And so there is actually no actual approval of a coastal development permit here. Part of it's contingent on what happens in this proceeding. So I think it would be very circular to rely on something that's dependent on this proceeding as part of this proceeding's decision about what may happen in the future.
Okay, so I might be able to allay some concerns and cut through this. My view is, or my plan is for our draft report to briefly discuss the Coastal Commission proceeding in the background section without evaluation, just simply the staff is, prepared this report, which was submitted at a meeting. The Coastal Commission considered it, and the Coastal Commission adopted an order. I would like, frankly, to have the final Coastal Commission order also in the record. And I hope somebody can find that. I mean, I was going to download these and put them into our basically what we call background documents or other documents folder. But they're solely for the purpose of what I just described. So we have a citation in the record to, here is what the Coastal Commission did. And frankly, City of Marina has offered its resolution denying Cal-Am's application for a coastal development permit. Has been offered. I don't know what my ruling is on that yet, but that's at least been offered into evidence. And for fair game, if that comes in the background section, which is certainly appropriate, then our report also has to talk about what the Coastal Commission did on the appeal of that City of Marina Planning Commission order. So I'm going to let them in, but it's simply for the purpose of describing what the Coastal Commission did. It's not for relying on any of the statements in them, because those people in the Coastal Commission staff are not here to testify. And I don't even know, I would be hesitant to let that in as hearsay when it's a separate proceeding and there's no opportunity for cross-ex or anything like that. But I do think they should come in for that limited purpose. So anyway, Mr. Wilkins, does that help you or allay any of your concerns?
I guess I'm confused if they're evidence and exhibits here, or whether they're part of the background discussion like other historical documents. And assuming it's just for background documents, there's no objection to you discussing what that process is, which is ongoing, I guess, is one of my major concerns here. But to the extent we're going to cite to any of the findings in that staff report as evidence in this case, I would have strong objections to that. And that's why I'm very concerned about having them in as exhibits here.
Okay.
And similarly for Ms. Nelson's 120, which does address that staff report and addendum at some level, we fail to see how it's relevant here.
Well, that may be, 120 may be a different consideration, because that may, being that's from Ms. Nelson was one of the authors of it, that may be relevant in response to her testimony in this proceeding. So let's do this. First of all,
Mr. Lilly, I think there's at least two things that you should consider. Mr. Betts has one, I perhaps have the other. But your question about an order, which is a good question, we're waiting on the order, just otherwise we would have uploaded it at the time.
okay, was it adopted, but it basically has to be written now?
Yes.
That's the way the State Water Board does too. So that I understand.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And
But
then
second, at some point, besides, the status of things, Weiss was the Coastal Commission hired expert. So that's sort of important context. But even aside from that, you're ultimately being asked to answer questions from the court, which are very specific, but the project description is pretty relevant. And if the Coastal Commission imposes a project description, for example, less pumping, that's ought to be in the record, it ought to be evidence. And we heard Dr. Kincaid say less pumping less impact, in general, at least. I didn't want to go too far with that, but the project description can't be irrelevant.
Okay, well, that's certainly a valid point.
If I could address that,
Hold
Mr.
on.
Lilly.
Can I address one other issue?
Wait, go ahead, Mr. Betts.
A second related issue is that in the direct testimony of Lane Long and in opening statements and in trial briefs, I have Mr. Long's, one of his slides here, and he talks about the Coastal Commission. And you can't see it, but his main slide was the project poses serious environmental justice concerns, and he cites repeatedly from the August 25th, 2020 Coastal Commission staff report. And I think back then we objected to that, either that testimony and the report, that was all let in. So if that prior predecessor report was let in and Mr. Long was able to testify about it, which he did, over objection, we certainly should be able to put into evidence in the exact same way the follow-up Coastal Commission report.
So, Mr. Wilkins, I think you're probably right. City of Marina has opened the door here on this issue. What's your response?
So let me, and Kyle, you can obviously chime in here, but since I do represent the district on that matter, I think a couple major points. One is this Coastal Commission staff report was not something, I mean, Mr. Lane testified as to the other one. No one has testified as to this staff report, number one. Number two, to the extent it has a changes the project description, I think we would likely say that's a mischaracterization of what the staff report actually does. It is instead of being,
I don't think they said that. I think they said the order would change the project description.
right. I'm sorry, but it's to the extent it orders reduced pumping. I think that there is some very important distinctions that if we were going to actually decide that issue, and I do recognize that may become relevant at some point in time, it is a phased project that the Coastal Commission potentially would ultimately issue a CDP if a lot of other things happen, but that's not what the CPUC ordered. And the CPUC actually found a smaller project, which CalAm has suggested, was infeasible. So there is a lot to unwrap here, Mr. Lilly, and that's why I think it's very dangerous to allow this in as evidence unless we're going to start briefing the merits of that decision, all the potential issues that are likely,
Okay,
going to be part of a separate lawsuit.
okay, and I'm just, if somebody can answer very shortly, is there a process before the Coastal Commission for reconsideration, or is the next step for a disgruntled party to file a legal action in court challenging it? Just if somebody can just say which one of those it is.
So I can address that very briefly. There's
Very briefly, which is it?
There is no reconsideration. Well, somebody could. I asked, but I believe it's just the applicant. But the coastal development permit itself requires, before it issues, that there be another hearing relating to groundwater level protection in the future. So the answer is there's no coastal development permit that will issue from this.
No, that's not what I'm asking is whether there's any further Coastal Commission proceeding on the order it adopted in November. And
yes, there is, but it's undefined.
Okay, well, okay.
It says that you must come back.
That's, you're all great advocates. We could do this. We could spend all afternoon on this.
Can I just have one sentence response?
Better be really short at this point. Go ahead.
Sure. They opened the door, and if the issue is there's been no testimony on it, I'd love to have Mr. Long back on the stand and ask him some questions about it. There's no question on authenticity, but they
Okay,
can't open
yeah,
the door and shut
well,
it down.
and thank you. So, first of all, when there is a final order, which my understanding it has been adopted and it's just a clerical process for the Coastal Commission staff to actually prepare the document, that is a document the Water Board can take official notice of. I think, and I suspect we will, and I'm pretty darn sure that the staff report and the addendum to the staff report are referenced. I think they may be referenced in the order. I don't know. I haven't seen the order, or they're going to be background. So I'm going to let them into the record for some purpose, whether or not they're admitted as exhibits or whether they come in as background documents like the 2013 State Water Board staff report, I'm not sure. But I'm going to let them in because I'm going to want to refer to them. And as I said before, I mean, City of Marina very clearly opened the door on this question when they talked about the denial of the coastal development permit. So we have to, our report has to talk about what's next. But the question you can all ponder, and please don't answer it now, but we'll talk about it more next week when we need to, is for what purpose will they be admitted and what will we use them for? We certainly will use them to describe in our background section that here's what the Coastal Commission did on Cal-Am's appeal of the Marina Planning Commission denial of its coastal development permit application. I don't think we will use it for any purpose beyond that unless somebody has an argument that we should. But I do think it's very important for the report to be complete to describe what the Coastal Commission did. And of course, you know, Mr. Wilkins, you and your colleagues can note that the order provides for further action. So I hope that's clear. I think at the end of the day, this isn't going to be that big of a deal. We want to have our report describe it for that purpose, but we are doing our independent analysis. The court asked us specific questions, and to answer those questions, I'll say, I don't think what the Coastal Commission staff or the Coastal Commission may have decided on maybe related, maybe not related questions is going to have a great bearing on that. So it's going to be for the background section, but probably not for the analysis of the court issues section. So I hope that's clear. We'll decide next week what we do with those. Let me go down the list so we can wrap this up. The depositions.
Sorry, Mr. Lilly, I'm sorry, 120 is different. 120 is there's a different reason that we seek admission of that.
Okay, what is that? I'm going to ask for further discussion. Frankly, I want to read it. That's why I'm not ruling on it today, but go ahead.
Mr. Moore, it goes to the veracity of Ms. Nelson's testimony. And Mr. Moore had asked some questions yesterday preliminarily about whether she had seen the staff report. She summarized what she had said. We referenced the deposition. You asked us to include the specific deposition testimony where she talks about whether she had seen it or not. We've done so. This document shows, we believe, that she was not being forthright. I won't characterize any more than that, but that's separate apart from what the Coastal Commission said and read. When you compare what she testified to in her deposition and what she says in this report, it becomes very relevant as to credibility.
Okay, so that is, I'm not going to rule on that today, but thank you. That is a different consideration than 118 and 119. The main reason I want to take a look at these documents because I think this is important.
I'd also point out that 120 has a reference to 600 TDS. So when we're thinking about the relevance of those numbers, that's in there for that reason too.
All right, so we'll deal with 120 next week. I want to take a look at it. 121 and 122, we've now received the excerpts of those deposition transcripts. Are there any objections from Marina Coast to 121 and 122?
I have not had a chance to review the excerpts. We've been here.
Okay,
I will assume that they are excerpts of the depositions, in which case that I don't have an objection to that, but we may have additional parts of those depositions that we would like to add.
Okay, I'm accepting Cal-Am 121 and 122 into evidence, and those are the excerpts of the depositions transcripts for Kincaid and Nelson that were uploaded this morning. Mr. Brochard, if you think additional parts of the deposition need to be introduced, you may do so as separate exhibits. So the last thing I do want to try to get through this, we have these technical reports, Cal-Am 123 through 126. Are there any objections to those?
Well, 120.
These were articles, just to clarify your statement, if you recall.
I think the objection depends on the purpose for which they're being admitted. They're being admitted for the purpose that there are articles that exist. Okay, that's fine. But whatever, there's been no testimony as to what's actually in those articles.
Okay, so I'm going to accept exhibit Cal 123.
If I could interject real quick, they asked Dr. Kincaid about these and he said he'd never seen them before. And that's the only foundation for these exhibits. So I just don't see how they come in at this point in time without any testimony on them at all. Otherwise, their articles, yes, but the only time they've been referenced was in questions to Dr. Kincaid where he said, I've never seen them before.
Okay.
You want to respond?
I'm going to accept 123 through 126 into evidence for the limited purpose of basically giving people an opportunity to refer to them as technical reports. We did the same thing with various technical reports regarding Dr. Ash's testimony in the AEM surveys. And I think the same treatment is here. They clearly are hearsay. We clearly would, if we use them at all, they will be subject to the limitations on the use of hearsay evidence. But if somebody wants to cite to them for that limited purpose, I'm going to accept them into evidence for that limited purpose. But they're certainly not being accepted as testimony of the authors of those reports. So Cal-Am 127 is the cross complaint, which I'm pretty sure I've already put into our folder of background documents, but this Mr. Betts or Mr. Osias, what's your purpose of offering Cal-Am 127?
That's fine. If it's been background documents, I think it's okay.
I will check. And it is important, again, for our background report discussion, because I think this is the genesis of the interface zone. So it's probably a one citation to it, but if that's where the interface zone was first described, and I think you've all said that, then we want to be able to cite to that in our report so that the State Water Board and the court knows where that concept came from.
Mr. Lilly, this is Ms. Muzine, just very quickly on that document. That's the cross complaint from, I believe it's August of 2020. And the board does have in its background documents the operative cross complaint, which was from November, the first amended cross complaint. So I'm not sure what the value of this document is. I just wanted to make sure that it was on the record that there is a difference between the operative complaint, which is in the background file of court documents, and this document.
Does Cal-Am have a response to that?
No, either can be in there. And Mr. Lilly, you get the point of it. I think it was represented or held out that this sub-basin interface zone was actually an accepted standard, and we have now pinned down it was just made up for this case. And I think that's really important with the theme that we've been making throughout this case. So whether it's the First Amendment complaint, the cross complaint, the main point is that something was made up there that was otherwise represented to be an industry standard.
Okay, well, I'll check. And if this is not in our background folders, I may just add it. I mean, the only reason, from what you said, Mr. Betts, the only reason the difference between the two docs matters is dates, but that may be relevant to the dates.
If this is the original complaint, Ms. Muzine is right. There were demurs and it got modified. But this is the source, the first time that label was applied to a certain area of land.
So I do think the date is potentially important because this one clearly was filed before the First Amendment cross complaint was filed.
And we do recognize, Mr. Lilly, there may be some evidentiary reason that the initial cross complaint is relevant as well as the amended cross complaint. I just wanted to make sure we're clear on the difference.
Yeah, so we may put it in the background folder. We'll have it somewhere where people can cite it if they want to. Okay, so that gets us up to 127. That's all I have on Cal-Am exhibits. Do we have any more Cal-Am exhibits that I haven't listed yet?
Not yet.
Okay, so I'll defer ruling on 127. It's going to go somewhere. I'll just have to figure out what folder it should go into. Okay, so I'm not going to repeat your homework assignments. I think you know what they are for Mr. Wilkins and Mr. Brochard. There were various MCWD exhibits that Cal-Am objected to, and I just want you to provide the justification. I mean, frankly, if they're cited in one of the MCWD witnesses' testimony, that's probably enough that they'll come in. If they're not cited, there may be just some question as to whether or not we should accept them. Although, based on my ruling on Cal-Am 123 through 126, they may very well come in for that similar type of background information. I think, I've got to try to treat everybody's technical reports the same way in that regard. So that's their assignment. And Mr. Betts, I did have one assignment for you and Mr. Osias. I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, it had to do with the MMRP and
That's
how
right.
that relates to the PUC order.
Yeah, and that's very important. So I do want to see some kind of memorandum or email explaining why you think that's important. And frankly, I think it's very important too, in the background, to know what conditions Cal-Am is subject to. But I think Mr. Wilkins raised a pretty valid point. We've got to make sure that Cal-Am is in fact subject to these conditions before we can say that in our report. So if you can follow up on that, that would be good.
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you all very much for your patience. We've covered a lot in 3 days this week. I've certainly learned a lot, and I appreciate that. We will plan to reconvene at 9 a.m. on Monday morning to take the summary of Dr. Trudell's testimony and cross-examination and go forward. And then, of course, we have a couple of cleanup matters, including where we go next. So we very well could go into some of the other days. I don't think it's going to take all 5 days next week, but we very well could go into Tuesday and potentially even into Wednesday. So any other questions for today? All right, I think I managed to wear you all out. So everybody have a good weekend, and we will reconvene Monday morning at 9 a.m. In this proceeding. Thank you. Bye.